Penrite, Australian-made, family-owned and operated. Make premium quality engine and racing oils, warranty-approved coolants, automatic transmission and manual gear oils, a complete range of engine and fuel additives, heavy-duty and industrial products for every application. Visit penriteoil.com for more information. Penrite, Australian-made for Australian conditions since 1926.
Whenever you're in the New South Wales Riverina, make sure you drop into the South Hay Hotel. We're open daily from 2 p.m. and are always happy to see members of the V8 Superboats community and the fans. Great food, great company and some of the best beer on tap. Catch us on Facebook or drop us an email. We're the Murrumbidgee's best kept secret.
day yesterday, we had a practice round. We had qualifying round 1, 2, 3 today. We had qualifying round 4, 5, and then we are going to go into the final. It is going to be red hot. We welcome you to Round Mountain Raceway for the Penrite Australian 38 Superboat Championship. It is a round one, number 1 of the 25-26 season. And most importantly for the jet sprinters here today, it is a race man memorial race, Greg Harriman Memorial. We will talk about Greg a little bit later, and that's what we're going to for family and so everybody feels quite close to today, and his family here today, and we welcome them as we've always done. But we welcome you, ladies and gentlemen, to Round Mountain Raceway. We are not far away from had to attend a wedding yesterday, so he didn't get an opportunity for a practice. What I don't understand is why somebody would want to go and get married on a weekend of jet sprinting. It makes no sense to the world whatsoever. And the unlimited superboats. They are known as the Penrite suction. And when the superboats are on track, you want to hang on to your children because they could definitely suck small animals from trees and spit them out of the exhaust pipe. So Brooke Lucas in Troublemaker coming out. This is an unlimited boat. This is a practice run. The time will not mean anything. Then we're going to go into our LS category. We'll roll from the 4, qualified round 4. Troublemaker. We're probably around the sport for 8 minutes. And back in action here at Cavalry Round Mountain Raceway. Everybody on the line. So Nicky Dale, navigational just getting exciting at the moment. Nicky Dale doing the navigating duties there. It is a Macraft boat. He was the Australian champion all the way back in 2009. So in the class, I believe it was all way back then. That has gone by the wayside, that particular class. We've moved on with technology. Now we have the LS category first. The next boat will be Darren Pollard in the Disturbed. And Disturbed is an A and B driven boat. So we've got the A team coming out now, the B team will come out later in qualifying 4. It's the boys versus the girls at the moment. It's the girls in the Disturbed team. But having a look on the boys, they are quicker by about a second. So very, very positive attitude from the young ladies. In the meantime, Darren Pollard, he's a navigator, he's a Jamie Maroney. So we'll see how these guys go throughout the course of the day. It is the Stinger, sponsored brought to you by All Smoke Glass, Second Coast Bingo, that's here. That's where you are right now. So it's $2 for a ticket, $5 for 3 tickets, or $10 for 6 tickets. So you can get the opportunity to have a crack at the next round we're here. So it's a one-day race meeting on the 8th of November. And if you happen to be lucky enough to win the ride of your life, that opportunity will be the day after on the 9th of November. So it is a test and tune day on the 9th, and that is when you will, if you're lucky enough to win that, that is where you will have a crack. But in the meantime, so just to remind everybody, 8th of November, next time here, and it is a one-day race meeting. We're just condensing it into the one day. So just keep an eye on that. So wondering what's going on down here on the launch ramp. There's a lot of folks down there, poised, ready to go. I can see the umbrellas out. Yesterday umbrellas were there. All right, we've got a timing issue is what the problem is at the moment. We're going to sort that out fairly quickly. We hope. No, it always is. Gordo is the master magician up here that sorts out all of the timing and all of the links. So, and that's quite often what happens. We have a fantastic day. Water and electronics somehow don't quite mix. I will be back in just a moment behind the microphone, and we'll just sort of have a bit of a chat to some of our racers throughout the day. We'll invite them up into the commentary tower, but I will be back in just a moment. was a pretty flat-out start to the day, wasn't it? We've just moved along beautifully, nice and quickly. We've started off with energy, and then all the computer systems have died in the backside. So we are just rebooting them. We have some technicians up here just putting that together. I advise, using a kickboxing technique with the computer, but apparently that is not how you reboot them. There's a bit more technicality to it. So just letting you know that is what the hold-up is at the moment. So we will be going as soon as humanly and computerly possible. Valley of the Disturb machine. The timing clocks have been reset. And it is now fingers crossed. So it is Darren Pollard and Jamie Peroni coming out in the LS category. Their sponsors, Allstone and Glass, Central Coast Tino, KMC Performance and Atchison Trucks. This is qualifying round number 4, ladies and gentlemen. You get 5 qualifying rounds. Postal class qualifying round number 4 and another qualifying round final around the all-pot higher roundabout. And he winds himself up with a 48.825. 48.825. So that is the Disturbed A team. So we have some of these boats are A and B driven boats. So what that does is allow the driver and the navigator of each of the A and B team to can share the cost. It helps get the boat set up a lot better for each and every racetrack. The negative side of it is if the A driver, for example, bins it, he'll take out the B driver, but that is just how life goes. So our next boat to face the starter is the Anarchy. This is Simon McMahon, and this is his first race weekend. And Simon McMahon with Chris Gilchrist really brought the times down yesterday. He started out at about 1:30 and got it all the way down. We're not going to expect record-breaking speeds from this rookie team, but what they have been able to do is achieve something that very few rookies have done over the years, and that is not made a mistake as far as the rotation goes. So that is boding very well for this brand new team in the Anarchy machine. And just showing a little bit more pace than they did yesterday. So they got their eye in yesterday. And like I said, the rotation line is all so not each of the channels is numbered. Then what happens is a rotation is decided that you must follow the channel numbers in the correct order to be able to post the time. If you make a mistake and you make a rotational error, you are allowed to refix obviously and time to the clock. So another lap there for Simon and Chris Gilchrist, and that is a 1:13. So they've actually dropped about 5 seconds from their time yesterday. So these guys really going about it, in my mind, in the right way. Going out there flat out and put the boat straight to the fence. So next out will be from Fair Racing. Laurie and Karen Howard down from Harvey Bay. And this couple actually get into rally car racing as well. So it's always Karen telling Laurie where to go, what to do. Beautifully presented boat, this one. And around about a year ago, they was on a container taken from a ship. Oh no, Robert! That Laurie and Karen Howard, that is a massive off. The boat lost its steering. There was not even a turn there. That is a very hard hit. There is no doubt about that. And that will rattle the cage of the driver and navigator safety crew straight to that incident up there. So let's hope they are A-OK. That was at pace. It looked, the boat just went straight on. It did not turn at all. So jet sprinting. Wow, ladies and gentlemen, our safety crew are up there at the moment. We've got our Ambos, the 6-point safety harnesses here, the neck braces, the helmets, all of the safety gear is absolutely second to none. Our BRA Rescue New South Wales, the St John's Ambos, they are going to be checking if Laurie and Karen are A-OK. So we will be back with you as soon as we possibly can. This will take a couple of minutes to sort out. I can definitely see movement in the boat from both driver and navigator, so very, very positive indeed. And we will be back with you in just a moment. we do have news from Laurie and Karen. They are communicative. They are talking with our safety people at the moment. They are just being double-checked over. Safety's absolutely everything. So they are okay. Please, ladies and gentlemen, give them a massive round of applause. That was just off it and rain. So we really hope that they are going to bounce back again, and we will see them certainly at the racetrack again. But it will take a little while. We don't want to be just pulling them out of the boat. Everything will be checked properly, 100%. So that is what is happening. So it will take a little while to extricate them, only for just observational and just slow-moving purposes. So as soon as we get racing back underway, we will absolutely let you know. Okay, ladies and gents, we have up here in the cottage now, that all sounds very echoey and loud, but we're going to work out the system. We have Mick Parry, of course, the navigator for R&J Batteries in the Unlimited Superboats. Mate, there's a few questions that I really want to ask you, but most of those questions I can't ask you in this audience. So now I'm going to have to rethink this. Now, what got you into jet spreading all those years ago?
Yeah, it's a funny thing, Cavey. We had a group of blokes that would do a father-son trip every year, and we'd been to supercars and go-karts and that sort of thing. Anyway, it was my turn to organise the trip, and so we thought we'd either get in a rally car or a jet boat. So I just googled jet boats in our area. I live in Country Vic, and a guy by the name of Peter Freckleton come up. So I rang Peter and said, is there any chance that we could get a few blokes to do a lap? At that stage, he owned the track at Melton, and so he said, do you want to have a ride or do you want to drive? And we said, well, probably just have a ride, I think. And
yep.
Anyway, we all went out and got on the gas the night before, and as can happen sometimes, we got to the track and didn't realise we had to have a breather or anything. So the ride got put back a couple of hours while we sort of got ourselves back in trim. And anyway, we got in the boat, and the relationship with Freck and Nuts just grew from there. It really hasn't stopped. So it was all by default, but it's been just a really cool part of our life.
It's just how it works, isn't it? Because Peter Freckleton got me many years ago. I was doing a community TV show, and I rang Freck, and I went to meet him at Melton, and then next thing, along he comes, and he gets me into a boat, and he was taking me for a lap around Albury way back in the day under lights. And as I went across a peninsula, I felt the dirt through the aluminium under my feet, and you know well exactly what that's like, particularly when you've got Darryl Hutton driving.
Too well, Cavey, yep.
And Freck, I still remember to this, we pull up onto the trailer, he turns the boat off, and he goes, the look on your face when we hit the dirt. I'm like, Freck, why are you looking at me? You need to look at the track, which is why we hit the dirt. Stop.
Yeah, similar. Well, yeah, the first time we got into boat racing was with Freckland, and look, he's a great mate, a bloke I regard super highly, but, if you were going to be honest, you wouldn't say he's the most skilled driver to ever sit with the steering wheel in front of him. But
no.
It was okay, and we were actually at this track, and we were in a blown small block, and it was a pretty aggressive boat, and it just kept flaming out every lap. My daughter was in with Nuts. I was in with Freckle, and every lap the thing would flame out, and we'd end up just, out of control. And just near Laurie and Karen's accident, actually, we flamed out, went across a couple of islands, and we're sort of sailing through the air, and Freck looked across him and he said, you might want to hold on.
He's such a chilled bloke. And in instances like that, he can say some weird things, but so casually.
Yeah. No, he's a legend.
Well, actually, one of the things, Freck, he's just one of those, everybody around the world of jet spreading knows Peter Freckleton. And I reckon one of the funny things was at Melton, when he had the track there, he sunk a ball to obviously fill the track. What I didn't realise was the quickest filling track in the Southern Hemisphere, because he managed to divert the town water to fill the track. Yeah. I heard rumour, and I'm not sure how true it is, but I actually heard rumours that when they were filling the track, that the people in South Melton couldn't flush their toilets.
Yeah. Look, I think that'd actually be closer to the truth than fiction, to be honest. He's got a happy knack. because if you do that, you probably won't do it. But it is, you know, our team's sort of as extremely loose in that we've all got a motor, like some sort of mechanical background or motoring background, motorsport background. We've raced other things and stuff like that. When things go wrong, and you have periods where everything you touch turns, you know, pear-shaped, and other times you can go for a year or two where things go good. But when things are going bad, we really just, whoever's in a position to sort it out does. It's sort of not. We just don't count. We just get the thing back in the water and get on with it. So, yeah, I think that probably comes back largely to your point, and that's that, you know, a lot of the guys have got a motorsport background, and that's it's like, you know, it's like owning water, you know, ski boats or motorbikes or having, you know, girlfriends. If you're going to start worrying about money, you're probably going to tap out.
Yeah, exactly. And like the bills do, so they rapidly increase, but. Going back to what you said about the LS category, it is an affordable form of motorsport to get into in that category. It's a pretty simple engine. Even I might be able to change it. Actually, I wouldn't. No. I have about as much mechanical knowledge as I do on Hinduism.
Yeah, peanut butter. But yeah. Like the thing with LS that's really good is that it's relevant to a lot of people. A lot of people can associate with it. They've been around things that are LS powered, but the most important thing is that the category's fun. Like they are fast. You know?
Yeah.
So it's good for everyone. It's good from a spectator point of view, and it certainly looks like a hell of a lot of fun if you're in a team. So. Oh,
look at you see some of the teams, like you have a look down. I'm having a look down here at Matt Malthouse, Nude Nuts Racing. You know what it does. What I have noticed particularly about jet sprinting is it just brings the ugly fellas out, doesn't it?
Yeah, look, it does. Matt's actually a good example. He's in a unique position where he's got a really talented son that's just absolutely wetting himself to get behind the wheel, and Matt somehow is still clinging to the thought that maybe he can still steer a little bit.
Well, did you see his effort yesterday?
I did.
Yeah, in the same part of the track, he nearly lost it. He's trying to ignore us, I think. He's Matt Malthouse down there. Jim Beeman's down there having a serious conversation. I don't think, to be honest, those two blokes' IQ combined wouldn't get us to Mensa.
They wouldn't be talking about economics or politics, I can tell you.
No, there are no philosophy conversations going on down there. Now, have you ever driven the boat? Because you're the navigator. Nutsy, he's always the driver. Have you ever got behind the wheel?
No, never have. It's something I've often thought about. It'd be all right just to do a lap, but the stakes are fairly high if you have a muck up, you know. So, but I never had a drive. I mean, I'm sort of reasonably comfortable with jet powered things, with jet skis and stuff like that.
Yep.
So I'd have a little bit of an idea, but certainly every single lap, and this is absolutely serious. Every single lap that I do with those things, I'm absolutely positive I couldn't do.
Yeah.
And he's not young, but you know, he's just so far in front of me. I don't want to bloody pump his tyres up too much, but
no, he'll get a big head, won't he?
No, he will. But he still very talented, and it's a pleasure to sit next to him.
And so, I have driven jet boats a couple of times. My first drive was here with, in fact, Greg Harriman. We got the Memorial Day here today, and he said to me, "Righto, you jump in the boat." So I went and sat in the navigator seat. He goes, "You're in the wrong seat. You need to be behind the wheel." And I'm like, "What?" Like, I haven't had a look at the course rotation or anything. He said, "I'll point the way." We go out. I come back. I was buzzing. We were going, I reckon, about 15 kilometres. The lap took about 4.5 minutes. And yet I'd sat in some very fast boats over the years, and that difference, and of course it's a borrowed boat, I don't want to crash it. And I remember he said to me, he goes, "Mate, that's got to be the slowest lap ever." He said, "But it guarantees that somebody one day will offer you a drive because you're not the idiot I really thought you were going to be."
Yeah, well, I'm surprised to hear that, to be honest. But it's a hell of a thrill, and it really is an honour just to be sitting in the boat. You know?
Yeah,
it's not without some excitement. You don't need the steering wheel, but. Yeah, it's a good.
It's an amazing thing, actually. You were talking about Tyler Finch earlier in Loose Cannon, and of course his father raced Dean Finch in a boat of the same name. And I remember many years ago, Dean Finch put me into Loose Cannon, and during qualifying 3, we were quicker in qualifying 3 than what Dean Finch won the day in.
Yeah.
And I remember saying to him, going, what was that about, Vince? He said, well, normally I've got my daughter in here and I don't want to hurt her and I don't really care about myself, and I certainly could not give two stuffs about you, and that cured me. I just found I didn't need to get back in it.
Yeah, look, yeah. Well, that's typical of Finchy, that you could write a book on the stories that he's got. But he's, and that's the sport. It's full of characters. Just like...
Oh, yeah, the characters in this sport are just... absolutely phenomenal. And we're always getting new people in as well. Yeah, unfortunately, Daniel Warburton is out today with the Attitude Vessel, something they did a spring or something in the engine. That's disappointing. We've got rookies here this weekend. And, every time you show up, there's always someone new coming in, and then they become part of the fold, and then they become part of the family, and then they become part of the extended family. And
absolutely, they all bring something, don't they?
Yeah, and we've got a whole heap of Kiwis have flown across the ditch and just to come and have a look. And it's funny because they were trying to get away from the New Zealand winter. Showed up yesterday. It's freezing cold and raining. They would have been better off yesterday staying there.
Never been great decision makers, the Kiwis.
No, they haven't. No, they're certainly a different breed over there, and there's some conversations we could have about that, but we probably shouldn't. We'll move on from there. But I have noticed it in New Zealand. Have you ever noticed the sheep, like up on those bloody big hills up there? They're not grazing up there. They got up there in the dark. They're hanging on by their teeth, mate. They are terrified when they're up there.
They cop a bit, don't they?
And I've always wondered why, if you put a woolen jumper in a washing machine, it shrinks. Why, when it rains, don't sheep shrink?
Well, maybe they do. I mean, it might be something we can do a study on.
Well, yes. Oh, well, we won't. We'll find a person to do a study. So what do you have for breakfast?
Right, we better give someone else a go, should we?
Yeah. We've got bloody Mike Hessel up here.
Yeah.
Geez, I tell you what, we're talking about dodgy buggers, and he's the bloke himself. Mick Parry, thanks very much for coming up, mate, having a chat. Really appreciate it. It means a lot. We've got Mike Hessel. He's the A driver of the Unlimited Boat Spartan Time, and you've got a big crew up on the hill. I see they've rocked up with a bus, mate. I didn't know you had that many friends.
No, they're sponsors, so you pay them to be here, Kate.
Oh, right, okay, no worries. And Causing Chaos, or Cause Chaos, is the clothing brand.
It is, yep.
Right, so they're here today as well.
They certainly are.
Fantastic. Triple XL, so you fat bugger. For me, I'll order one, and I'm sure it'll pop down a commentary in just a moment, right?
Noted for that.
Right, okay. So now, mate, you had a nightmare yesterday. And honestly, I really, truly believe that you needed Viagra eye drops to have a good hard look at yourself after yesterday's absolutely pathetic performance, to be honest.
Thanks, Gaby. It was a bit of a tough day out yesterday for sure.
Yeah. You and Luke, so just to allow you ladies and gentlemen to understand, Mike Hessel and Luke Walters, the B driver, we've got this sort of innate ability just to throw so much mud at one another. So if you're hearing me really talk these guys down, understand that it's all in fun. It's like, I mean every word of it, but it's not meant to cause tears.
I was actually telling the crowd down there just before a couple of years ago, you made us ride the wee affidavit to say that it was legit as.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. So, mate, you guys have got a full race program. You're racing in New Zealand, you're racing in Australia. There is talk about a World Series happening in America in a year or two. Nothing's confirmed at all, but would you take the boat over there?
Yeah, we'd definitely be keen. They're both Dad and Uncle Stu are fully retired now, so they're on board. There was a bit of Dad was throwing a bit of chat out there at the start of the season about that, so they've got to fill their time up with something, I guess.
Yeah, well, that's exactly right. Why not run around after you two reprobates?
That's it. Yeah, we need two of them for sure.
There's no doubt about that. So you've got the boat here, and you've got a boat in New Zealand.
That's correct. Yep.
Wow. So and the way that you drive, I'm surprised that you, like yesterday. Tell us, you ended up all sorts of ugly over here just in front of commentary, got the boat sideways. I thought you were going under. I thought you were going for a swim.
Yeah, definitely thought we were going in. Practice lap went all right, and I was just keen to try and put a couple of seconds around Luke and get a room in his head rent-free, but it seems that's gone the other way.
Yes, it has, mate, because you guys compete for the Spartan Cup, and ladies and gents, you should see these. The Cup is about I don't know, as big as me little finger. It is the most pathetic little... But you guys race harder for the Spartan Cup between A and B driver than you do for podium places.
Yeah, $3 plastic cup, most coveted trophy in the sport, I'd say.
Yeah, absolutely. And that's just been a hoot over the years to sort of see that evolve. Now, the boat that you had in New Zealand, tell me how this went. After the World Series, you were playing on a lake in Wanganui, generally mucking around, and you blew the engine.
It wasn't supposed to be a public story, KV, but looks like it is now. Yes, we're taking a few sponsors for a spin, and that got a little bit out of hand, and it turns out these boats aren't designed for, as Chris Edmonds puts it, 87 laps across the lake.
I can't believe that you can't. You're telling me a story that's not meant to be made public. You do realise I'm a commentator and quite often I have a microphone.
Yep.
Right, okay.
Yeah,
just so as we're clear on this, right? You never share a secret with a commentator, mate.
Just us up here talking.
Yeah, that's it, mate. No one is listening at all. So, mate, so you've been in the sport, 3 years now?
Yep.
So that's you and Luke, to come in and then have a two-boat team, one across the ditch, one here. That's just a massive effort.
Yeah, no, it works really good. Luke's living back in New Zealand full time now, and I'm here, so we sort of the deal is it's Australia around, the Aussie guy sorts it out, and then vice versa. So then the other person essentially just turns up, and everything's got to be good to go.
Yep.
And then likewise.
I am actually sitting there wondering whether or not I could put trust in either of you guys to organise a sandwich.
Yeah, no.
And yet you're organising, but it doesn't make sense. Surely you've got somebody else doing this.
Yeah, look, there's a fair bit of supervision coming from Lizzie Cook, actually, my beautiful partner. She tries to keep us all in control, and Chris Edmonds, he's definitely tries his hardest as well.
Chris Edmonds was telling me that he is your mentor. Seriously, of all of the possible mentors in the world of jet sprinting, I'm thinking that Chris Edmonds is not in my top 2,000.
Oh, we've definitely learned a few good one-liners.
Yeah, he's certainly got a vocabulary to boost. We're going to get Roylo over here in a minute to have a bit of a chat to him. It's actually good fun to sit down and have a bit of a chat behind the mic and find out a few other things, because whilst we have fun on race day and the parties afterwards and that, it's very rare that you sit down one-on-one. This is the longest we've ever spent together, and I don't think that I need to make it any longer or do it multiple times.
No, that's it, baby.
So, right, now, what's your plan for today? What are you going to do to kibosh your B driver?
Oh, look, we're just got to get one lap down, and then for the second one, get stuck into it, and then really it all depends on what Luke does when he comes out on the second. If he's cruising, the team's cruising, but he's generally not, so we've got to chase him.
I noticed that you've got big straight stacks coming out of the engine, almost like it's a big Kenworth.
Yeah.
Right. Like, I've never seen that in the sport, and it doesn't surprise me that it was you two nuffies that thought it would be good.
No, I don't know. That's how it was, and that's what we stuck with. So
yeah, right, no, to be fair, it's different, and it's quite cool. So, mate, it's great having you up here. Thanks for coming up and having a chat,
thanks,
mate.
Baby.
And good luck for the rest of the day. I know that we give you plenty of cheek and plenty of nonsense up here, but you guys are great for the sport. We always having a laugh. So we're going to have a chat in a minute to Justin Roylance.
Likewise to you, KV. Great to have you back, mate.
Yeah, mate. It's an absolute pleasure to be here. I love this sport and love the people. So good on you. That was Mike Hessel, ladies and gents. We've now got Justin Roylance from the Outlaw Racing Machine, the Group A, the reigning Australian champion, number 3 in the world. And of course, when I brought you to the podium at the World Series, I got the order wrong.
Yeah, I wasn't upset about it.
No, right, ladies and gentlemen, this is Doyley. He's third. Doyley comes up. He didn't even tell me he was second, that I got it wrong. He just got up there, did his speech, stood there, bring you up, and you're like, I'm number 3, mate. He's number 2. And I was like, oh, well. But as I did point out, mate, drivers make rotational errors, and so did the commentator.
Mate, you've done a fantastic job. And tell you what, welcome back.
Yeah, mate.
Great to see you back.
Great time.
Great to see you back. So, interestingly, can't even spit it out. Number 1, Oz, I got to share that with one of my bloody good mates, Ollie Silverton, who's actually here this weekend as well. So, So we're not sure if I'm Oz 0.5 or I'm Oz 1. We're not,
right.
Really
so
sure.
bloody, I know Ollie Silverton, like he's just popped over to have a bit of a chat. Is he he's geez, I tell you what, he snuck up behind me. That's just, I don't know, that's just Kiwi weirdness, isn't it? The way that happened. Mate, yeah, so, because you came out of a drag racing background, and I do remember your first race meeting at Temora, and sitting there going, oh, my God, this bloke doesn't know how to turn corners. And to be fair, you weren't good at it.
No, I wasn't great at it. It did take me a few years to get my act together, actually. So, and some days it's still not spot on. So,
look, you're driving these boats at up to 120 kilometres an hour, and the size of a rugby pitch. You're not always going to get it right. There's moments, but for that development and that hard work, and of course you sent the boat over the fence in Wanganui on the 27th of December with your lovely daughter, who's also up here, absolutely trolleyed the boat. Then you had to fly a new one out for the Worlds. Yeah, that was a bit of a challenge. It was certainly a mental challenge, as well as physical and financial. It was a big deal. So, but we had a lot of people that were helping us out, so we were very lucky to be able to do that. Yeah, it's isn't it amazing? And we were talking with Mick Parry before, the camaraderie within the sport, the competitiveness, but the camaraderie. It's like, what do you need? And people will swap boats, and it's just bizarre that you will get offered so many parts or boats or drives or whatever it may be. I've never experienced that in any other sport. No, it is to the degree we see here. It's absolutely fantastic, and we had a lot of people calling, even while Macy was in the hospital there at Wonga's. People were ringing saying, "Look, drive my boat, do this, do that," and we needed a couple of days to sort of let everything sort of settle down. And the Silverton clan over here, they sorted out a shed for us. One of our other mates over there, the Gallaghers. So we did that and went, what are we doing? But anyway, we just let it rip, paid a chip and got into it. Well, it turned out all right, mate. You got number 3 in the world. Yeah, we're a bit surprised about that. That is that's just a brilliant outcome. It really is. And when that boat that was a big off, and it was just unfortunate the way it all sort of rolled together. But that's part of the sport, isn't it? It is. So it's a sad part of it. We don't want to see people injured, but that's motorsport. Definitely not. And accidents do happen. We are dressed for the occasion. Yep. It's a testament to the sport. I'm sure Laurie and Karen are going to be fine over here. A bit of precautionary stuff, and it's always sickening to see an accident like this. And love you guys. I hope you're okay. So yep, absolutely. They put their heart and soul into this package. So. It'd be great to see him back on the water again if they can get the dice to roll that way. So well, that's it, and it is at the moment precautionary. Laurie's out of the boat, and Karen's just still in there. They don't want to go moving there too much, and that's a pretty normal sort of thing. And we've got the emergency care that we've got, the safety equipment that we've got. It is really good. Oh, definitely. So hey, slight change of tune or topic. Yeah, mate. Can we talk about today? Today, yes. Can we talk about today? Can we talk about there's something really special happening today? I struggle with this a little bit. So we've got the Greg Harriman Memorial on today. Yep. So this is something that's very dear to my heart. And you just brought up when we first started racing, if it wasn't for Greg, I wouldn't be in this sport. So, he actually taught me how to turn corners. It was absolutely amazing what he did, not just for me, but for the sport, and then plenty of other competitors as well. I think there was a show of hands this morning about who Greg has got into the sport or helped out in the sport and whatever. So, he's certainly dearly missed. His family and close mates are up there on the hill today. Yep. An absolute gentleman. He was a president for 9 years, I think it was, some extraordinary amount of time, and the passion that he brought to the sport, the smiles he brought to the sport, and so many people he brought to the sport, not as drivers and navigators, but people who would work as safety crew or become race directors or become launch masters and even commentators. He rang me up one day. We'd done a little bit of TV stuff. He rings me up and he goes, "Cavey, you are full of absolute, let's say, trivia." And he said, "You could be okay behind the microphone. You better come up here." And I'm like, "Mate, I know nothing about anything." He goes, Yeah, we know that, but anyway, come up anyway, and that's 18 years later.
Is it On the Water?
On the Water was
Water,
the TV show, yes. That was actually a lot of fun. Anything to do with being on the water. I was down in the bottom of South America after coming back from Antarctica, and I was filming sled dogs, and people are going, but what do sled dogs have to do with being on the water? I go, well, they drink water, and that's good enough.
That's right. And it is frozen, so,
yeah.
you know.
So, but no, Greg Harriman, absolute gentleman, and, you know, the memories that we all take with us are just really positive ones. Like, he just had that innate ability of seriousness, but he just knew when to relax and have a laugh, and, you know, his face is sadly missed around the pits, eh? He is, and, you know, the good thing about Greg, he'd tell you when you were wrong, and if he was wrong, he'd tell you were still wrong. So, no, it was good. And I'll tell you what, one of his other great mates, Mark Garlick, has made this fantastic trophy in memory of Greg, and it's a perpetual trophy. So I'm going to work really hard to try and grab that today. What are the components to win the trophy? I haven't been filled in on that. So this one, we had a chat with his family, and we decided that it was going to be for the winner of Group A at the first Cabarita round of the season. And that's today. First round of the Australian Championships, coincidentally. And so that's on the line today. So because Greg, obviously Group A racer, got you into it, and I'll tell you what, it's quite emotional. Like at the moment, I'm starting to get a bit choky, to be honest, and it's weird, but you know, that's just life. We love our mates, we love our family, and you know, these things happen. So it's wonderful to have you know, Greg's family here and that as well. I had a few with his son last night, Josh. We had a bit of a well, I'd say a small little session, and then Tracy's mum comes down and goes, what did you do with my son last night? I go, he's nearly 30. She goes, he doesn't need to be anywhere near you for any length of time near a bar. I was like, oh, okay. So Josh is on he's our crew chief today, and he was a little slow this morning, so I can blame you. Yeah, look, right. Everyone does anyway. So, no, it's going to be a fantastic day. I tell you what, look at the crowd up here. I know, it's but we've got to just wait for Karen and Laurie, and that's completely understandable. We don't want to go moving anybody. You know, we can sit here all day, and you know, I don't think we've got any time limits on when we can finish today or anything like that. Oh, actually, we're just going to tell everyone around the neighbourhood we don't have time limits. We're jet sprinters. We'll do what we want, where we want. Exactly right. I think that's how that's going to roll through. This crowd needs to give themselves a pat on the back. Yeah. What a cracking day. Oh, absolutely. And when we go racing, ladies and gents, I've noticed there's some people starting to creep down to near the fence line. You see where Laurie and Karen are. So I'd suggest just a few more metres back from that fence line. Yeah, definitely. Yeah. Keep the kids away from the fences, please, guys. It's really important. So, the food's all right here too. Oh, mate, I had a bacon and egg roll. Absolute cracker. And the ladies down underneath, mate, they've been doing me coffee. They're like, oh, it's only instant. I don't know how they're making the instant coffee that good. It's the baristas that they hire, mate. Yeah, well, that's probably what it is. But, it is fantastic. So, ladies and gents, plenty of tucker available. Royle, thank you very much for coming up and having a chat. Really appreciate it. Now I'm going to go and have a chat to Ollie Silverton. He's just wandering over there. We'll drag him over in a second. All right, so ladies and gents, we've just got Ollie Silverton has just wandered into the tower. Mate, welcome back to Australia, and you are the first man in the world of jet sprinting to hold the New Zealand Championship, the Australian Championship and the World Championship. That's an amazing feat.
Yeah, it's something we're pretty proud of, and I guess we just can't do it with the great team that we've got behind us, so really appreciative of the support that we have from not only within our team but the whole entire sport.
Yeah, look, and you and Roylo becoming joint Australian champions. Like, surely you could have sorted that out with a game of rock, paper, scissors.
I think there's a boat race to come, apparently.
Oh, is that right?
Yeah, might be tonight.
Yeah, right, okay. Well, we'll certainly keep an eye on that. We've just got news to hand that we'll be at least half an hour away from racing beginning, so just to let you know, we won't be having a lunch break as such. Normally we'd allow everybody to come into the pit and paddock and have a bit of a look around. We're going to put that to the side for the moment. That gives you a bit of an idea. Now, mate, what brings you over here to get away from the New Zealand winter? And you showed up yesterday and the weather was horrible.
Yeah, it's pretty standard with cabaret. It's a bit of a lottery what you get, but you always get one good day, so it's all good. But
Yeah, how many times have you been to this track now, do you reckon?
5 or 6.
Yep.
Yeah.
Let me ask you, have you ever put your toes in the water at the beach?
No.
Mate, I've been coming here for like 18 years and I realised I've never got past the beach.
Yeah. Yes.
Hotel, that is.
Yeah. It's funny you say that. We went and had breakfast this morning, and my wife Beck and navigator Amanda shot off to the beach for a bit of a photo opportunity, and Amanda went and dipped her toes in. So I guess can I count that as doing?
Yeah, absolutely. One of your team members say yes, done. Yeah. That's something you don't need to do.
Yeah, and the water was extremely warm, and it just screamed sharks. So there's no
Yeah. But look, I think I work along your sort of theory. I think is that the drier you are, the less chance you have of getting bitten by a shark.
100%.
You know, so that's me theory.
Yeah, that's a good theory.
And I'm going to keep working with it. So you're not racing here this season?
Not racing an our boat. Yeah. There's an opportunity for a double drive at some stage, which we'll probably take up. Just when and where we're sort of undecided, but working through that at the moment. So.
Yep.
Yeah.
And so a bit of a break before the New Zealand season starts. That starts, early December, doesn't it?
Yeah, first Sunday in December at Featherston. So it is a long way away, but it's with the way that New Zealand rolls, we sort of do 6 rounds in 4 months while the weather's good and have a good opportunity for off-season to do work and, sort of recoup some funds as well. Yeah.
So how's the development of the new boat sorted? You're just going to just shut and set and forget for the moment?
Yeah, pretty much. Yeah, a few bit of an engine sort of freshen up to do that's being done, and just obviously seeing what other upgrades we can do while it's all apart. But everything's looking pretty good so far.
Yep. Yeah, it's surprisingly a lot of work, and don't get us wrong, ladies and gents, if you want to get into the sport, you can just jump into any of the categories, really, and just have a crack. But if you want to get at the top, there's the work.
Yeah, it certainly is. And, some teams are capable of doing that work themselves, and others just stick to their knitting and get others to do it. And we're sort of fortunate that we've got a good team behind us, and Magnum Automotive take care of all that sort of stuff for us.
Well, your team is massive. Like, you guys just roll in. It's like a circus, and all you see is PSP race team. And you got merch up there as well.
Yeah, the girls are on the hill today with merch, so it's cheap today on a day like today. So we're just one of the last tents before you make your way down to the pit. So if you get an opportunity, come down and grab yourself a bargain.
Yep, and there's also Team Envious have also got some shirts for sale up near the canteen as well. So duck up there and PSP or Envious, whatever floats your boat. Buy both. Buy 3 of each from both.
Yeah, that Team Envious have got some really cool stuff as well. They've got everything from stubby holders to key rings to bags and all sorts. So
yeah, right. Well, actually, the last time I was at a shop, the lady said to me, "Do you want a bag?" And I was like, "I'm not that ugly, am I?" I felt...
Maybe you need a mirror as well.
Yeah, well, exactly, yes. This is not a face that gets in front of a mirror very often, as you're well aware, mate.
Great face for radio.
Yeah, mate. So what's next season looking like? Well, actually, for the rest of the Australian season, are you just going to wait and see how this double drive answers itself, or are you going to push for that, or just roll through it?
We'll do it at some stage, just when and where is undecided. So obviously the longer out we book a flight, the cheaper it is. So we'll work towards that, and I mean, if Cabba could turn this weather on every time, we'd be back here in November for sure. So.
Oh, absolutely. And you're building a junior development boat in New Zealand for your son as well.
Yeah, son and also Sam's daughter as well. So that's underway now. It's all the rules and the class has all been approved by the New Zealand executive, so that's underway. So that's really exciting for us. So
yeah, absolutely. Well, the junior development. In fact, there's a junior development boat just down the bottom of the commentary tower here, and that is for sale, by the way, ladies and gents. So I think kids up to 16 can race in them, and it's just fantastic. Young Kobe Burke began in drives Psycho now in the LS category. He began in the junior development boat, and they're a lot of fun. I actually drove a junior one years ago. I was a little bit thinner then, and I realised that I don't have the mental capacity to drive a junior boat that had about 25 horsepower and anywhere near its capacity or its best ability. I was hopeless at it.
Well, there's a few grown men who have tried to pedal that boat around this exact track, and myself being one of them, and yeah, I think it takes a bit more mental capacity than what you realise when you become an adult. There's a bit of extra stuff that needs going on to get that thing around the track. But yeah, certainly a good thing to get kids into the sport, and our kids have been involved and been to sort of just about every race meet that we've been involved with. And young fella's been involved with the rescue crew back in New Zealand and done that. So he's sort of done his apprenticeship, and he's been nagging at me for a while to do something. He's sort of kept his eye on what goes on with this boat over here, and sort of said, when can we do something like that? So got off the ground and made it happen. So yeah, it's really exciting for the sport, and it's something that we need to do because the kids need to get in early, or else you're going to lose them to other motorsports. So
yeah,
and you look at what Kobe's done as well. It's awesome. He's gone from that boat into the LS, and he's doing really well. So
oh yeah, absolutely. And young Kobe, it's interesting. Like the guy's about 6 foot 24 inches tall. I'm sure that works quite like that. Anyway, my maths has never been any good. But it's just amazing to see the development personally. And, being around the sport for so long, you see the development of kids. They're running around that big. And, you see now like Nate and Bastian and that. And then you sort of start going, I was catching up with those guys last night. And we're talking about, I remember when they're about 8 years old. And we're laughing about stuff. And they're like, now I'm having a beer with them. Yeah. And it's just bizarre that all of a sudden I'm thinking, I feel old. And, but that's just life, eh?
Yeah, and that's one of the things as well, is really look at the age of those guys, early 20s, and it makes all of us start to feel old, but it's only because there's some good youth coming through, which is what the sport needs. It's really good.
Yeah, so, mate, well, thank you so much for coming up into commentary, Ollie. Really appreciate it. Australian champion, world champion, New Zealand champion. And the first bloke in the world to do it. And, of course, now Fonzie Mullen has done it in the unlimited category. So you've sort of set the bar and everyone's now chasing it, mate.
Yeah. I mean, Fonzie came over to New Zealand and had a cracking season. And, now he's picked up the status as well. So welcome to the club, Fonz.
And they're actually racing in America today as well.
Yeah, there's quite a few Kiwis over there as well. Or Bryce Barron's stuck over there to have a bit of a drive of something. So,
has he? Right, because Richard and Julia Murray are over there having a bit of a crack. Dave Allison's over there doing a bit of navigational duties. I heard he missed his flight, had to hire a car and drive 1,450 kilometres to get to the track.
Yeah, that's unlucky, eh?
But that's Dave.
Yeah, Bryce has actually got the blind leading the blind when he's chosen Paddy Hayden to sit next to him. So it's probably not the smartest decision he's ever made. But
no, I would have thought Bryce Barron and Paddy Hayden sitting side by side in a jet sprint boat, or actually anywhere, is not good. But we'll see what happens.
Yeah, let's talk about shoehorning people into things, eh?
No, good on you, Ollie. Thank you very much, mate. Really appreciate your time. Ladies and gentlemen, we'll be back in just a moment.
Penrite, Australian-made, family-owned and operated. Make premium quality engine and racing oils, warranty-approved coolants, automatic transmission and manual gear oils, a complete range of engine and fuel additives, heavy-duty and industrial products for every application. Visit penriteoil.com for more information. Penrite, Australian-made for Australian conditions since 1926.
bunch. No, the teams have got posters, get some posters.
Whenever you're in the New South Wales Riverina, make sure you drop into the South Hay Hotel. We're open daily from 2 p.m. and are always happy to see members of the V8 Superboat community and the fans. Great food, great company and some of the best beer on tap. Catch us on Facebook or drop us an email. We're the Murrumbidgee's best kept secret.
No alcohol, please. You will be dragged out. So, yeah, welcome. Have a chat. Just enjoy the boats up close and personal. Just an update for everybody at home watching on the live stream. Drop Bear Racing with Laurie and Karen Howlett came off the track. They are okay. Laurie's out of the boat. Karen, they're just... oh, excuse me. They're just looking after Karen observationally wise, just moving her very, very slowly out of the boat. So that will take a little bit of time. They are both conscious. They are both talking. So for those of you wondering at home, that is why we have the hold up at the moment. So we will allow our public into the pit and paddock area and we'll be back very soon. Just got some great news. All donations for the Pit Paddock Walk, flicking in a gold coin to wander in there. All of those donations, Round Mountain Raceway Committee have said that it is going to go to the Drop Bear Racing team for whatever they may need coming up in the future.
just with everyone in the pits. Please make yourself aware that the ambulances are on the way out and to clear the way for them. Thank you.
Could we please have at 12:15 all drivers and navigators at 12:15 to the launch ramp, please. So in about 20 minutes, we'll have you to the launch ramp for a driver's briefing. There's going to be a slight alteration to the day for reasons that are fairly obvious. I ladies and gentlemen, in the meantime, I did have a chat to Laurie Howlett. He's okay. Karen was put into the ambulance, and she's now off to hospital for x-rays and tests. They've been very, very careful because she has had a back injury in the past, and they're just worried that that might flare up again. So everything is precautionary. So it was great to have a chat to Laurie. Of course, his concern was for his wife, but it is good news. They are, everything's precautionary, so that is fantastic. Drop being boat, as you can see, a little bit damaged, as you would expect after that hard hit. So what caused the accident is Laurie just clipped the inside of that hairpin about sort of 5 metres back, just touched it, which straightened him up. And that was the end of it, as we all saw. So we'll have a driver's briefing at 12:15. We'll have our boats on the water at 12:30, ladies and gents. So racing will be underway in about 35 minutes.
Hey, other people do, and they're disgusting. I don't have any friends up there, but I'll make them. Thank you, legends. Give him one. He's a big strapping young lad. He's like 1, 2, 3, 5 XL. Well, the boat's been stopped before. Yeah, athletic fit, something you're not, but you'll be right. Oh, yeah.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, if you are still in the pit and paddock area, we would ask that you make your way back to the hill, please. We will get racing underway in about 10 minutes. So if you could make your way out of the pit and paddock area, we'd thank you very much. And we will get racing underway in about 10 minutes. Okay, ladies and gents, if you're still in the pick and paddock area, if you would mind making your way back to the hill, and could we please get our LS category boats to the launch ramp, please? We are going to get racing underway very soon. But, ladies and gents, you can now see that it is Matty Harrop in the No Limits racing machine, just doing a little bit of circuit work down in the launch pool. So he will make his way towards the starter. Of course, Moistaz, the Kiwi boat, and Latran doing the navigational duties. And we thank you very much for your patience. It is obviously concerning, but we do know that Karen and Laurie are in the best possible hands. So it is now Matty Harrop Excavations. This is qualifying round number 4 of the LS category. Due to the massive delay today, we are going to drop qualifying at round number 5. So this is the last chance to dance, the last opportunity to get into the all-important top 12. Then it cuts down to 6, then to 3. The split for Matty Harrop is great, 21.54. Oh, there's hesitation there. Matty Harrop, he was all over the place. Managed to grab hold of it. He's made a rotational error. So that elongated break has certainly caused a little bit of havoc for Matty Harrop. He's back on track again now, but that will add plenty of time to the clock. But at least he was quick enough to recorrect the rotation. So Matt Harrop across the line in Moistaz with a 53.267. There was a rotational error in that lap. He did sort it back out again. But, yeah, that certainly added plenty of time. Don't worry about that. Some 8 seconds to his best runs of yesterday. So we are shortening the amount of racing on today. We're going to get rid of qualifying round number 5. So we'll continue on with qualifying round number 4. I do believe the Group A's are going to actually, there's only 5 boats in that field. They will be having an additional qualifying run. But so we now cast our eyes down onto the launch pool. Just try to see who's down there. It's the Psycho Killer, young Kobe Burke, sitting down there, waiting, going towards his uncle, who's in fact the starter, Mark Burke, down there. It is Jessica Little sitting in the silly seat. And I hope that, ladies and gentlemen, you saw the junior development boat when you came down into the pit and paddock area. Give Grant, the race director, a call. The boat is for sale. So Kobe Burke yesterday was starting off rather sedately. In fact, got through the finish line and spat the boat out, parked it up on the dirt. So this young man came out of the junior development, now into this LS category, and just developing not only as a race driver, but as a person as well. And so this young bloke here lives just up the road here, not old enough to hold a car licence at this point, but he has been given the keys to the Psycho Killer. Bit of a pop and a splutter around that left-hander into Benny's. That is where we saw Laurie and Karen Howlett in that big crash earlier today. They are off in the sad taxi to the hospital and in the best possible hands indeed. But it is Kobe Burke and Jessica Little across the line in the Psycho Killer with a 49.358. So they're always looking for more sponsors, the Psycho Killer team. And we've got Hum Energy, Australian Moulding and Door Company, Optimal Energy, Alcott Hire, Penrite, Lightwear and KMC Performance. If you want to jump on board as a sponsor, get down, have a chat to Kobe Burke at the end of racing in the Psycho Killer. Next boat to face the starter should be Aggravation with Ron O'Day. It is indeed the new race hull brought to you by Pulse. Ryan Orlaughton. Anyway, his name's Ryan. He's the navigator, because I'm just having a bit of trouble pronouncing his surname there. Ryan Ortolin. I had it right yesterday. It's the elongated break that's caused a few little fuzzy bits between the grey matter between the ears at the moment. That's all right. We'll get back onto it again. So Ron O'Day, been around the sport 35 plus years, had a 10-year hiatus, and now back to it. Brand new hull out of the Pulse garages down there in Shepparton in Victoria. So, and Ron has made a wrong way. He's got a rotational error. He's coming back and he's gone straight back to the pits. So that is rather interesting because you can recorrect yourself. He just went, I've got no idea where I'm going. I know where the boat trailer is. I might as well just wander back that way. So, yeah, very interesting turn of events there for Ron O'Day, of course, with all drivers and navigators and even us as viewers. We've gone through the day, we've had a long break, and now we're all going to get our head back into the game again. And so the drivers and navigators, they focus in the morning, they know what they've got to do. That long break certainly upsets them a little bit because we've just had Matty Harrod make a rotational error. Ron O'Day gets a DNF in the first three boats that we've had out. So it'll be interesting to see how this qualifying round number 4 is going to play out, all things considered. So just checking down onto the launch ramp to see who is ready to rock and roll. They've got the fire in the belly of the rip ship machine, the yellow machine driven by Nate Mullen. So Kirsten Schubert doing the navigational duties there, or Shuey as we're now going to call her. So Nate Mullen, the joint winner of the LS category for the 25 season. This is round number 1 of the 25-26 Australian V8 Superboat Championship, brought to you by Penrite Oils. So far today we have had 6 boats run. There have been 2 wrong ways out of that 6, 1 big crash, and it has certainly been a morning of entertainment. There is no doubt about that. So just waiting for the rip ship machine to come off the trailer. It is now coming off. So very positive to see those guys coming out now. So Nate Mullen's previous best time yesterday, qualifying round number 3, was a 43.9. So he'll be wanting to squeeze that clock down just that little bit more. So Nate Mullen now under starter's orders. The rule is it's just a rolling idle start, and as soon as the flag drops, it's just mash the pedal to the metal and launch the rip ship machine out of the start chute. So Nate Mullen and Shuey in the navigator's chair at the moment. It's the navigator's seat. We like to call it the navigator's chair, the silly seat, the hopeful seat, the wishful seat. There are plenty of seating names in a jet sprint boat, and clinically each one of these drivers and navigators is justifiably and certifiably requiring mental analysis in my mind. But it is just amazing to watch these boats, particularly a young man like Nate Mullen, now a joint Australian champion with his brother Bastian in this LS category. And Shuey doing a great job of navigating. Nate Mullen, 44.62. So that's his first run of the day and was slower than yesterday. Not surprising. He will just be like everybody else, just trying to get the eye in, just trying to get the head reset, trying to get the focus sorted out. Just trying to get all of the spidey senses back into place where they should be. So next out will be the Nudes Nut Racing team of Matt Malthouse and Leighton Collins. The men from Keith in South Australia. Now normally we would actually see this as an A and B driven boat with Matt's son Mitch at the wheel. But Mitch decided that he wanted to have too many mocktails over the course of the weekend or something nonsense like that and decided not to play. So, Nude Nuts Racing. So, Matt Malthouse yesterday in the same spot made a rotational error 2 times in a row. This spot here, he hasn't made that mistake now, so that is boding very well for the first lap today for Matt Malthouse and Leighton Collins in the 69 vessel, the Nude Nuts vessel, the Aperist So twice yesterday in the same spot, hit the inside of an island, had to use the escape route, if you like, heading back down towards the start chute, managed to save it. Very nice and sharp around that Benny's hairpin, notorious hairpin here at the Cabarita Round Mountain Raceway. So it is Matt Malthouse and Leighton Collins, and they finish with a 44.28. They will be very happy with that indeed. So that is by far their best time of the weekend. Their previous best was a 55. So, in fact, quicker than Nate Mullen by 0.3 of a second. So the Nude Nuts Racing boys had an absolute cracking lap that time out. So we are now looking down at Send It, and I'm going to play this quick sound grab for these boys. So they like to move it because it's Stephen Movich in the driver's seat. It is James Britton in the navigator's seat. This is their third ever race meeting. And I had a chat to them last night, and I tell you what, these guys are really going about their business quite nicely. They've been able to get the rotation sorted out, and that is one of the biggest things to do, particularly here at the Round Mountain Raceway, Cabarita Beach, northern New South Wales, because of the many and massive islands here at this particular racecourse. But these guys just finding that sweet spot on the Accelerator. They're not going to do much in the way of changes to this particular vessel. It's a sort of set and forget and try and just get around the track. Get a little bit quicker each and every time. As the experience comes, that is when we'll start seeing changes in nozzle size, we'll start seeing changes in fins, impellers, this type of thing. But that is a very good run indeed, and it provides them with a 49.495, and that is their quickest time of the day, so they'll be quickest time of the weekend, so they'll be very happy with that. The nice idea of the set and forget. So Steady Eddie now coming out. Jody Saltz behind the wheel. Will Cartwright in the navigator's chair. For Calibre Plumbing, Universal Home Improvements, Millard Tyres, Power Air. So yesterday, qualifying one, they did not make it to the launch, to the start line. They had an actuator problem, or the mechanical piece that brings the reverse bucket down. They eventually got that sorted out. So it is great to see that Jodie Saltz, absolute flyer out here. A couple of years ago, she won Rookie of the Season for the AFJSA, and then had a little bit of a hiatus, but back full time for this season for the 25-26 series. Having a look at the way the Sprint Tech hull is handling. And certainly really on it at the moment, full of aggression. This is the LS category. This is qualifying at round number 4 for round number 1 of the Australian V8 Superboat Championship. And this lady certainly got the style, got the grace and the pace as well. So Jodie Saltz across the line with a 47.569. So they were 0.22 seconds slower than yesterday. But again, this is everybody's first lap around here today. So we're not expecting those times to come down massively at the moment. The bloke running across the roadway right at the back of the pits there, that is Aaron Henman. He is our fearless leader of the safety crew, and the safety crew today unfortunately brought into use, but they did such a very, very good job in the incident that we saw a little bit earlier with the Drop Bear Racing team. So, big thanks to our safety crew. They do a fantastic job. And quite often they can't hear what's happening throughout the day. They're quite isolated over there, but they are certainly an intrinsic and an incredibly valuable part of this sport. I'd also like to remind you, ladies and gentlemen, stay back away from the fences if you could. Give yourself a couple of metres back off the fence line. Motorsport is dangerous. We saw what happened with Drop Bear Racing. And, protect yourself where you can. So these boats, when they come out of the water and hit the grass, they've got a lot less friction. The water creates the friction. So when they hit the grass, they actually speed up because they've got a lot less friction against the hull. So, yeah, that is why when you see a jet sprint boat and it shoots out, hits the grass and just takes off. So now it is the garlic farmer. It is Hotshot Rodney Norton, the business owner. The garlic farmer, Matt Wall, doing the navigational duties for Mooney Beach Hotel, all garage door services, North Coast Boating Centre, designersheds.com and Rod's Garlic. So their previous best yesterday was a 48.073. Stinger hull, intrinsic of the way these hulls are built, they sit very, very high in the water. So Rodney Norton looking pretty good out here at the moment. He's certainly over the journey over the last 3 years just improved out of sight. He's only been in the sport 3 years. In fact, he never raced anything until he got into jet sprinting around the all-important and the fickle and the dangerous bennies, and he's done that beautifully. Now in the final part of the lap for Naughty. And Naughty crossed the line there with a 47.58. 47.503. My apologies. So that is their quickest time of the weekend by half a second. You can see the Kennedy's transport machine coming out now. It is Daryl Atchison and Marcus Hall for Andrews Asbestos Removal and Demo, Osdig Excavations, Kennedy's Transport, Real Bathroom Solutions, the Atchison hull. And Daryl Atchison hasn't raced for about 25 years. The manufacturer, designer and builder of the Atchison hull and the Atchison jet unit. It's great to see Kennedy's Transport coming along and bringing the boats down here. Oh, big back off for Daryl Atchison around the first right-hander out of the start chute. Brings it nice and close into the left-hander in front of commentary. That caught a few out yesterday. Seems to be a bit more water in the track today, which means that there's more water to race on. The channels are a little bit wider. So Daryl Atchison, all the big deceleration there. So gets in and out there of that notorious Benny's. Well done. Well, no, that's not a deceleration. I dare say that's a gremlin in the engine. Something just shutting it down there for that split second. So Daryl Atchison with a 49.970. So that's his quickest time of the weekend, and something not quite right with that LS engine. Just you heard it sort of cough and splutter a couple of times. So Disturbed Racing, the B team, will be coming out now. The ladies of Jade Atchison and Erin Kearney doing the navigational duties here, and this is an A and B driven team with Darren Pollard and Jamie Moroney, the A team, and the B team are the ladies. And I tell you what, they got the wood on the boys at the moment. Every single lap so far this weekend, the girls have been quicker. I love it. So just waiting for the Disturbed team. There we go. So Jade Atchison behind the wheel at the moment. All right, so ladies and gentlemen, I've come to you. We do have a very important announcement to make in just a moment, and it's more than just a coffee with white coffee with 2 sugars. I'll get to that in just a moment. Jade Atchison at the moment just looking great. The split was 24.19. This lady just puts his boat in just beautiful places on the track all the time. The apexes are clean. Everything is just thought about and executed with precision. really laying into it now. So that is Jade Atchison across the line with a 50.23. 50.23. Rotational error in there, which was recorrected, added time to it. So we need a Land Cruiser. Registration TRG48. It must be moved now, please, because you are blocking a boat. So that Land Cruiser TRG48, you will need to move it because otherwise somebody's about to hook a tractor to it and drag it out of the way. Apparently. Allegedly. All right, we are now going to move into our Group A category. For qualifying round number 4. Just trying to see down onto the rank to see who will be coming out next. So don't forget, ladies and gents, you can jump into a raffle for a couple of bucks a ticket to get a ride of your life. Coming up on the weekend of the 8th and 9th of November. The racing will be on the 8th of November. It will be a one-day event only. And on the 9th, if you are lucky enough to win the ride of your life on the 9th, on the Sunday, you get to have a crack. So the tickets are available up at the canteen, up on top of the hill, and the canteen below the commentary and timing tower. So just waiting to see who is going to come off the launch ramp. It should be young Bastion Mullen in the ASP machine. A new boat to the Mullen lineup. Of course, Nate in the LS, Bastion in the Group A, and Father Fonzie in the Unlimited. So massive team down there at GM Motorsport. So Bastion Mullen, Navigator, Spud. So what will Bastion produce here? So Spud, the sister Talia Mullen, or Spud as we call her. That is the nickname, and it has stuck beautifully. Because I said to her at one point, I said, "How's the navigating going?" She said, "I sit there like a bag of spuds." So that's it. She's now known as Spud right throughout the jet spreading world. And this boat, they were chasing some electrical issues yesterday, well, actually right throughout the course of the week. Then they were also chasing some fueling issues. I would suggest at the moment they seem to have come on top of it. Bastion Mullen, a little bit tight in there for mine. There is a lot more water in the track today, but it is Bastion Mullen and a Spud with a 43.57. So 43.57 there for Bastion Mullen and Spud. All right, what have you done with it? That's all right, I just found me pen. All right, so out on track at the moment is Danny Napick in Toughen Up. Cliff Bamford doing the navigational duties. So Danny Napick looking at the goods out there at the moment in this Bree-Tech. Third in the championship last year. Got a round win in Temora as well. And Danny Napick, great drive, 45.16. so marginally slower than yesterday by around about 0.1 or 0.04 of a second, in fact. So certainly nothing in that. Now, we do need this car moved, and the registration is P for Pirate, R for Roger, G for Gary. Not using the phonetic alphabet there, are we? We're using just sort of a mishmash of Wheel of Fortune stuff. PRG48, you are a Land Cruiser that is in the way. It is about to get pushed out of the way in a rather not nice manner, perhaps. I don't know. I'm not there. However, I would suggest that you move it. Justin Roylance in the Spitwater machine. Oh, got the rev limiter there, spun the wheels up. A big shout out to Mitch Roylance as well, mate. Big g'day out there to everybody watching right around the world. And Justin Roylance, reigning Australian Group A champion in the Pulse Hull. Next to him, Tracy Little. Plenty of sponsors on board here. Kubota, Marine Airflow International, Spitwater, Roylance's tractor replacements, Steel Tech. Oh, bogged it down coming out of Benny's, JRE Race Engines, Penrite Oils. Yeah, so Roylo yesterday made some changes to blades. Wasn't happy with the changes, but pulls himself through with a 43.62, and there is plenty more to gain out there. Got himself bogged down on the right-hander after the start chute. Got himself bogged down coming out of the hairpin at the top left there at Benny's. So, yeah, still plenty more to do, but that's Roylo, along with everybody else's first run for the day. Takes a little bit to get the eye in. So the Kennedys coming up next, Andrew Garth and Craig Willman. The Demolition Man is Andrew Garth. This is qualifying round number 4 for the Group A category, brought to you by Kennedy's Transport. The Atchison, Andrew Garth, new to the sport. Love the colour of these vessels, they just look cool. So Andrew Garth in and around the Alcott Hire roundabout up the top part of the track. So the Kennedys just making their way through, certainly just developing the confidence in the rotation, and that is just coming along nicely. The rookies, always difficult. That's the hard part of it all. The speed will come later. So the last of our Group A boats for qualifying round number 4 in, and a 58.27. So they have gone 4 seconds quicker than their previous best yesterday, which is fantastic. 58.277. We are now going to move to the unlimited category, and that will be certainly exciting. Keep an eye on all of these, ladies and gents. We've got Spartan Time coming out first. Mike Hessel. We had a chat with Mike during that break, and certainly a very interesting guy. Sean White doing the navigational duties, the twin turbo, the LS of Dowie horsepower. They are racing these team, the A and B team, for the Spartan Cup. Sponsors on board: Paramount Performance, Asbestos Response, Lakeland Contracting, Bath Building, Calls Chaos Clothing, Civil CS, and Templeton Engineering. Now, Mike Hessel had a nightmare yesterday, spat the boat out, got the wrong way, was slow, but certainly still had a smile on his face. So really just got the boat really bogged down. You heard it hit the rev limiter as he swung into that right hand, a little bit heavy on the wheel there. You can see the straight up and down exhaust pipes there. Thinks it's a Mack truck. So Mike Hessel and Sean White, the split pretty good at a 22.38. He only got one time on the board yesterday at 4 opportunities, and it was not a quick time at all. He got voted most improved jet sprinter in New Zealand for the last New Zealand jet sprinting series. Well, he nearly grabbed the inside of the island and had a bit of a look at sending the boat fencewards got away with it. So Mike Hessel there with a 47.515. So that is a vast improvement on yesterday's rather poor performances. So no, he was actually voted most improved. And if you haven't listened to the interview that we did earlier today, you would realise that most improved is certainly not most improved IQ. But I've got to be a bit careful because Lizzie Cook, his partner's floating around. She might come up here and give me a bit of a backhand if I being a little bit cheap. But we'll see how that rolls out. So next boat to face the starter should be the Troublemaker from Brooke Lucas. Brooke was at a wedding yesterday, didn't attend the race meeting. Here today he did one practice lap this morning just to get the eye, and that was some hours ago now. So anything gained out of that, so as far as focus goes, is now shelved and just put on the back burner. So just waiting to come under starter's orders. Troublemaker hopefully coming off the trailer in just a minute. Just down here on the launch ramp, the mechanics just having a look into the engine area of the Troublemaker. See that Fonzie Mullen is down there. He's ready to go. R&J batteries with Daryl Hutton ready to go. Excalibur making their way down to the launch ramp. Ramjet, Spartan B, they'll be going through a little bit of work at the moment, trying to get that all sorted out. So just having a look at all of the gauges down there, the drivers and the mechanics making sure that everything is sorted out. So in the meantime, it is R&J batteries with Daryl Hutton and Mick Parry. So these guys, we had a good chat with Mick earlier, and these guys are just an absolute hoot. The Harvest and Haulage Forestry contractor is Daryl Hutton, and Mick Parry, the rubbish man. Is he a rubbish man or is he a rubbish man? These are the all-important questions, the philosophical questions of life. So Daryl Hutton looking fantastic at the moment in this Stinger hull. These guys have had some pretty big off-track excursions, but interestingly, in Daryl's, 20 years of jet spreading, he's only made about 3 rotational errors. So always very confident in the track direction, and certainly got plenty of experience. Was a marathon racer in New Zealand. Daryl Hutton, 43.24. 43.247. So very consistent over the last 3 runs for Daryl Hutton, actually within 0.1 of a second of one another. So we're up here, we've got social media happening as well, so go to V8 Superboats. If you tell your people, go to V8 Superboats. If they can't be here, get on to V8 Superboats, check out the live stream, share it around the world. The sport is brilliant, you love it, you know it, get on board. So just waiting now, wonder what's happening with the Troublemaker. That is now coming off the trailer. So the Troublemaker with Brooke Lucas at the helm. Nicky Dale doing the navigational duties. The 410 sprint car engine. 700 horsepower in the Mack Craft hull. Was the Australian champion way back in 2009 in the 350 category. And sponsored by Diggermate, Carbro Consulting and Gold Coast Wake Park. So Brooke Lucas for the second time today. We will see him coming out onto the racetrack, and we're looking forward to him setting a time somewhere around about the 45-second mark. Would be a nice little opener for him. Oh, came in very tight into that left-hander. Gee, it's a bit of a tricky corner, that one. You come in there and the channel doesn't appear to open up until you're right on the apex of it. It's hard to guess where you need the boat. That's what the information is that I've been getting from a lot of drivers throughout the course of this weekend. That sort of first sharp left-hander in the rotation, very hard to fine-tune. So Brooke Lucas probably won't be getting down into these 45s, but it's his only second run for the day. So the 410 Sprinty car engine goes across the line, and the troublemaker there with a 53.223. .223 there for Brooke Lucas in the troublemaker. Who do we have coming out next? I would hazard a guess. No, I won't hazard a guess because it looks like it could be one of three. No, it is definitely Loose Cannon, Tyler Finch and Kyle Elphingston. Kyle Elphingston, the navigator here, normally behind the wheel of an LS boat, and managed to snag a seat next to Tyler Finch, and he said it's just a punch off the line in comparison. This unlimited superboat with 1,500 horsepower compared to his LS category boat, which still, while still fast, doesn't have that raw punch quite like the Loose Cannon machine, and particularly under the engineering skills of Tyler Finch. Very smart young man indeed, there's no doubt about that. Develops his own jet unit and does a lot of things. Have a look at the way that this thing is just being thrown around. The water, the spray, the sound, the smell, just phenomenal. The twin turbo, 1,500 horsepower at Tyler Finch's right foot. And Tyler Finch across the line with a 40.91. That is an absolute cracker. Woo. That is why you don't take your eyes off the track for a second, ladies and gents, because you get boats like Loose Cannon just strutting their stuff here around Mountain Raceway, Cabarita Beach. How good is the day? The weather is beautiful, the people are beautiful, the hills are beautiful. It's just beautiful. Woo-hoo. So I wonder how many children came into the pit area during the lunch break, saw the junior development boat and said to Mum and Dad, hey, Mum and Dad, can I have one of them? So his next boat out is the Mexican, Kenny Kesper, John Malloy. Older style hull. Kenny Kesper actually won an Australian series in, really super aggressive. On the left, on the right-left combination there. Thought he was Muhammad Ali. So Kenny Kesper won an Australian championship in this boat some 25 years ago, I think it was. So I tell you what, the old Mexican, certainly infamous, and now making its way back as a resurgent, the Mexican. It's great to see. Some of these guys back on board. The hull is an Atchison, a 427 Chev. Oh, jeez, he got the bow of the boat so close into that particular right-hander. So Ken Kesper across the line in the Mexican with a 53.785. Lost a lot of time off the start. That sharp right-hander sawed on the wheel to get it round to the left and just bounced the boat, rattled the eyeballs and stopped them rather suddenly. Now coming out is Sam Everingham in the Excalibur machine. Lizzie Cook doing the navigating duties. The engine is a 510 cubic inch engine, methanol fueled, 8 3/8 jet unit. I'm not too sure what that is, but there you go. It is the Sprint Tech, and Sam Everingham comes from just up the road. Takes him an entire 10 minutes to arrive here at the racetrack. The smiling assassin, the way he goes about it, very a smiley kind of guy. So, in fact, bought this boat from Mick Carroll, whose nickname is also Smiley. So the Excalibur machine gone from one smiley happy bloke to another smiley happy bloke. So Sam Everingham on the retirement path at the moment he is, and enjoying life just up the road, of course you would. So the Excalibur machine, he's really starting to come on song throughout the course of this weekend. Sam Everingham hasn't been behind the wheel of a boat for well over a year, and slides himself into a 44.702. That's his quickest time of the weekend. So that is boding well come finals time. You can see Peter Munger's the Mongrel down on the ramp. Fonzie Mullins, the Ramjet, the yellow machine, coming down onto the ramp as well. So Peter Munger has a different navigator for today, and I've written it down here somewhere. I'll get back to you on that, it would appear. All right, somebody's been up here and stolen my piece of paper. That's all right, it's just me, I lost it. It's all on me, don't worry. It's here somewhere, I know it's here. No, it's not here. Oh, all right, righto. So what I do need is probably a secretary or somebody smarter than me to take care of my paperwork. Anyway, doesn't matter. We'll find that out in just a moment. Yeah, no, just sort of. I don't know how I get through life, to be very honest with you, Vanessa. It's just such a strange and weird and wonderful world that I live in. Or is this it? I do realise, ladies and gentlemen, by the way, that I am still on the microphone, but I decided that I might as well allow you into the far reaches of my rather feeble mind for a moment. All right, no, we're going to take you out of my mind for a moment. I'll be back. Yeah. All right, it is the Mongrel. It is Peter Munger. He has a new navigator in there. Sing Too Long, I think the guy's name is. Not too sure. They're a little bit worried about this 454 big block Chev. Yesterday had a bit of a nightmare with the boat throughout the last season. They've really done a lot of work to it, just leaning it out a little bit and just really bringing this engine on song. They were a little bit worried about it overnight, and what I would suggest from what we're seeing at the moment is that Peter Munger really has the mechanics have really done a great job. The methanol smell up into the Commentary Tower. Oh, I tell you what, it is the most beautiful smell in the world. It's even better than the smell of beer. Oh, Peter Munger really sharp on that right hander, really knifed it in there. But this is a good lap from the local man. So Peter Munger across the line there in the Mongrel with a 47.818. 47.818. So next boat to face the starter will be the Ramjet machine of Fonzie Mullen. Yesterday, Fonzie Mullen took this boat into sub 40 seconds on 2 occasions. So I dare say he will go out with a head of steam today as well. And we'll be just waiting for the Spartan time BT. So Fonzie Mullen got it down to third. This is the Spartan time BT. My apologies. It is Luke Walters out on track at the moment. Carl Beebe doing the navigational duties. The twin turbo, the LS to 1,000 horsepower. An absolute cracker of machine. These boys racing for the all-important Spartan Cup. They actually don't care about the podiums come the end of the day. They just want to beat one another with a stick usually, to be fair. And to be there. They're both been hit by the ugly stick, whichever way you've got to look at it. So it is Luke Mint Walters out on the track at the minute. And certainly looking a lot more confident than I've seen him throughout the course of this weekend. He's got Mike Hessel out of his head at the moment, just focus and concentration, and that is a tidy lap with a 47.53. That's Luke Walters' quickest time for the weekend, 47.533. So just waiting on Fonzie Mullen in the Ramjet machine to come out onto the track. As I said, he went sub 40s. He got a 39.6 yesterday and a 39.280. The next closest to that is, in fact, loose cannon Tyler Finch with a 40.9. So Fonzie about 1.5 seconds clear of the field at the moment. But we are coming towards the endish of the day. It is qualifying round number 4. Only the Group A's will have the 5th qualifying round. Then we're going to be going directly into the finals due. Obviously, we're dropping out the majority of qualifying round number 5 due to the incident earlier today with Drop Bear Racing. Those of you who are interested in how Laurie and Karen Howlett are going, they are in the hospital just going in for checks and balances and all of that type of just checking out that they're okay. Just trying to see what's going on down here with the Ramjet machine. I'm just trying to work out if they're having trouble getting it off the trail or what's going on. So just can't quite see what's happening. There we go. The Ramjet machine is now off the trailer. The Royal Polo Dukic doing the navigational duties here. And, of course, Fonzie Mullen, reigning world champion, reigning Australian champion and reigning New Zealand champion in this unlimited category. The engine in this boat is a 587 cubic inch LS engine, regarded as the biggest LS engine in the world. Built by GM Motorsport, Fonzie Mullen himself. What are we going to see here? Fonzie Mullen, he leaves nothing on the trailer. Have a look at the pace, have a look at the speed, have a look at the way that his boat is up. Phenomenally fast. That is why he's an Australian, Kiwi and world champion in this category. Oh, a flame out. Fonzie Mullen and the boat coming to a shit-shuttering halt on the far side. And hopefully that right corner of the boat doesn't suck up a heap of water and drag it to the bottom. So Fonzie Mullen straight out of the seat, straight into the engine. Unusual to see that. So Fonzie Mullen, the DNF, the flame out. Unusual to see that with Fonzie Mullen, and the way the boat just rolled up onto the grass there in the spin-out pool. I was a little bit worried that if it had have just gone another couple of inches further up, it would have dropped the starboard quarter into the water and potentially filled that boat up very quickly indeed. So we'll take a short break in commentary and we'll be back with you very, very soon. So this is the LS category, the top 12. And this is the 18 Disturbed. It is Darren Pollard and Jamie Maroney out on track at the moment. And I did have a chat to Jamie Maroney, the navigator. I said, how is it that the girls are beating you guys? And he said, well, there are, between the two girls and us two blokes, there's probably about 60 years in age difference. And so that's what they're claiming. And that's okay. Any excuse will do in a port. But it's always great to see the two A and B teams fighting together and doing as well as they are. So that's a 46.91 there for Darren Pollard and Jamie Maroney. 46.916 there. So that's their best time of the day of the weekend by far. So great time to be doing that, because from 12 we cut them down to 6 across all three classes. So this is the LS category, highly restricted electronic fueling system. The Group A boats, the old style carburetor, and the unlimited is pretty self-explanatory. It is basically unlimited. So the jet unit works very similar to a fire hose. The water comes in through a grill or a grate underneath the boat, just near the engine there. Comes in through there, goes through the jet unit. The water jet unit's got 2 impellers in there, so basically they are propellers, but because they are inside the jet unit, they are called impellers. The water comes out the nozzle. The nozzle is the steering mechanism as well, so steered from the rear. As soon as you have no water running through that jet unit, you have no steering. So very important to keep the power into these boats. It will help get you around the track. So now it is Matty Harrop at No Limits Racing coming off the trailer. The Kiwi, the boat is moist as. And Latran doing the navigational duties here today. Been racing a lot, this man from New Zealand, brought to you by Central House Movers New Zealand, Matthew Harrop Excavating and ARCR Building Vic. So Matty Harrop actually building a racetrack in the Taranaki region of New Zealand. Looking forward to getting over to that one later in the year. So Matt Harrop, really nice start. Seeing a lot of people get this first right-hander all bamboozled, all crossed up. But Matty Harrop starting to garner so much experience. He got the right hand off the start line, absolutely spot on ski. And so Matty Harrop, they call him Fiddle Fingers. He just plays with everything. He changes everything. Will change his colour, but instead of just changing running colour, he'll change too the nozzle size, the fin, change absolutely everything. And he's absolutely renowned for it. But I tell you what, somehow it seems to work. And so he's driving beautifully at the moment in the latter part of his lap. Now heading towards the line, Matthew Harrop in the No Limits Racing machine pulls in a 44.958. So, nice lap there. Next out is Kobe Burke, Psycho Killer. Psycho Killer. Casco say, you got to run away. All right, I've just been told to stop singing by the people in the commentary. They actually didn't say anything. They just stared me down. Kobe Burke and Jessica Little making their way towards the starter. Mark Burke just doing a beautiful job, as always, here at the Round Mountain Raceway. We want to thank Hardy's Haulage and indeed the Hardy family, as well as all from hire. So Psycho Killer, the LS category, the Stingray hull. Beautiful track direction this one. The rotation here this weekend is absolutely wonderful. Really just very, very flowing, not allowing compression waves or too much water activity from the weight of previous laps up and down the channel to affect the handling of the boat. So it's certainly providing plenty of thrills, plenty of spills indeed, but still very, very good jet sprint racing. So Kobe Burke and Jessica Little shoot for the line, and a 48.250. So that is their best time of the day. Kobe Burke just sneaks up on it, doesn't go out there flat out, just cruises through to it. Now starting to bring those times down to start playing within the top 6 with luck. So Rip Shift with Nate Mullen down on the launch, just trying to see who might be coming off. It is in fact Ron O'Day. Last time Ron came out, he made a rotational error. He went right and forgot to go left, and just took it straight back to the trailer. Unusually, however, that was the decision he made. The boat is still straight, so the boat is aggravation. Ron O'Day, Ryan Ortolin. Their best time was yesterday at a 47.77. They need to be bringing that right down if they want to progress into the top six. It is a brand new hull, the Pulse race hull built out of Shepparton in Victoria. Big shout out to Ross Travers, Lee Stewart, plenty of people watching online. And of course to my bunches, Chris Kent, looking forward to start working with you again very soon. One will be back behind the microphone here at the Australian V8 Superboat, brought to you by Penrite Oils. Round number 1, Round Mountain Raceway, Cabarita Beach, Northern New South Wales. The day is perfect, the racing is hot, the boats are fast. There's just, it's just terrible, I tell you, ladies and gentlemen. So it is a Ron O'Day now in the run for the line. Ryan Ortolin doing the navigational duties, and a 49 went backwards there, 49.350. So might be the end of the day for Ron O'Day, but it'll be our timekeepers who determine that. So we should now just waiting to see who will be coming out next. It is Nate Mullen and Shuey doing the navigational duties. Kirsten Shuey, well, their name's Shu, but obviously Shuey's the one. GM Motorsport, Ramjet, TurboSmart, Gill Engineering, GCG, Sign Perfection, Rip Shift, and Australian Speed and Performance. So Nate has been all the way down into the high 43s. He'll want to bring that right down even further than that into the low 43s. That's what he will certainly be aiming for. So Nate Mullen looking fantastic on the water at the moment. Yellow boat's extrinsic with the Mullen family. It's interesting to see that the brother Bastion, who's moved up in a Group A, comes out with the red and blue boat. I dare say that'll be going to the paint shop between now and the next round. So Shuey doing a great job in the navigator seat. Nate Mullen just feathering this just beautifully, positioning this boat to exactly where he wants. A little bit untidy coming out of Benny's. Probably lost a little bit in there. Now in the run for the line, Nate Mullen. Oh, low 43s. That's exactly where he wanted to be. 43.311. So a vast improvement. By about 0.6 on his previous best time. Right time of the day to be starting to lay these ones down. So next out should be Send It. No, it will in fact be Matt Malthouse and Leighton Collins, Nude Nuts Racing. And this, when the boat comes to the first sharp left-hander over here in commentary, have a look at how Matt Malthouse is approaching it. Yesterday, clipped the inside of the island twice, nearly threw the boat upside down, managed not to panic and just let the boat just roll through, come down towards the start chute. So he did it twice in a row. This morning, he avoided doing that. But let's keep a very close eye on the pairing from Keith in South Australia. Here's what I'm talking about right in here. He's got his eye in now. No doubt about that. The split's pretty good at a 20.71, so Matt Malthouse, Leighton Collins, certainly coming here to play the Aperists. So it is Andrews Asbestos Removal and Demo, Ozdig Excavations, Kennedy's Transport and Real Bathroom Solution. No. So plenty going on in the Nude Nuts Collins. So 44.25 there for Nude Nuts. Puts him in a P2 behind Bastion Mullen. 44.250. They've actually gone 0.045 of a second quicker. 0.045 of a second quicker. So we now have the centre crew and just about to make their way to the starter. So the rookies haven't seen James Ismail out today in the Envious Machine. Not too sure what's gone on there. Stephen Movic doing the driving here in centre. James Britton. Move it. All right, so just been joined in the commentary tower with one Chris Esquire Edmonds. How are you today, mate?
Oh, I've never seen it brighter. Cavey, yourself?
Well, oh, geez, it's a fantastic day here at Round Mountain Raceway, no doubt about that. And so, I'll tell you what, these guys, something they're never late speeding. And so far this weekend, they've really impressed me. They haven't made a rotational error, touch wood. What do you think of that round going, you reckon?
So impressed with their driving. They come out and they just give it full ball the whole time. It's they're really, as a new team, they are unbelievably quick.
Yeah, look, and say yesterday, said last night, look, I'm really quite worried about Envious. You've got a leak in a fuel tank bugger. Right, so we'll come back to that in just a moment. Thank you very much, Vanessa. Much appreciated. So, all stoked and blast out with these guys that were really nervous yesterday. But they're showing no signs of that at the moment. And that is centred Stephen Movic with a 48. Oh, we've got wind blowing paper everywhere in here. 48.757. So, right, we need a paperweight, mate. You could use your considerable girth and probably jump on a fair pile of paper and keep that well and truly grounded, I would have thought.
Problem solved. Cavey, I'm under control here for that.
Yep. Ah, fantastic, mate. So why aren't we seeing you with the big blown beast here this weekend?
Time and my bride sitting down there. You know, there was the two things that stopped me from that. So I've been pretty busy at work, so I've only just had time to come up here to help out in the pits.
Yep. Well, there's some steady Eddie out on the track at the moment, and the girls doing a wonderful job. Jodie Socks and, well, the girls, I say the girls, it's actually Jodie Socks and Bill Cartwright. They've been right down to the low of the 47s. We're hoping to see maybe bring that into the 46s. So, there's something amazing about the way Michelle drives. Of course, it's in a very handleable sprint tech hull, but certainly pinpoint perfect.
Oh, she's a really good driver, very confident. This is the new boat for her this weekend. This is actually Ollie Silverton's boat. They're winning package from last year's Australian title.
Is that right? Well, I never knew that. So Jodie Soggs across the line with a 47.223. So that's her quickest time of the day. So brand new package. I wasn't aware of that, but just a really positive steerer.
Absolutely, very good steerer. So if you're looking for a very good package to get into the sport, they've got one for sale. It's their other boats, identical to this.
Yep.
But they picked this up off Ollie at the end of the the Australian Championships.
Yeah, right. Very, very interesting. There's always news abound somewhere.
It's hiding somewhere. You just got to know who knows.
Yes, well, that's right.
And if you don't know, you make it up.
Well, exactly. I mean, that's what commentary's all about. Just make it all up as you go. So it is the hot shot, the garlic farmer, the naughty man, Rodney Norton.
This is a solid old boat. This thing comes from Dwayne Mazzadri. You know, when he had it, it was 20 years old. This is a solid boat. It just keeps going and going and going.
Well, I tell you, it looks like Noah might have used that there for a bit of a tender some years back, I reckon.
Yeah, well, it still does the job. It doesn't matter who drove it, it still does the job.
Well, that's exactly right. And what we've seen from Rodney Norton, he's only been in the sport 3 years, so 5 minutes in the way he's come on. All a bit knifey in there. We're just talking him up, and then he just goes and makes it rather obvious mistake on the wheel coming through that left-hander up near Alcott. And just creates himself behind him. Now focused on what's coming up. So it is very interesting how the development has just been swiftly with this team.
Absolutely. So they've spent a lot of time. It might be an old boat, but it's got a lot of new technology gone into the thing. So he's done a lot of work to the jet unit and the engine, and you can see by these times, 47.58.
Yeah, 47.582. So he has gone slightly slower, about 0.08 slower than his previous time. So certainly consistent. We have found out why Envious is not on the racetrack here. It is out for the day due to a leaking fuel tank, which is no good. So basically, why don't they just go up to the super duper market, grab a bar of soap and give it a rub over the leak? That's how you fix a HQ, isn't it?
Yeah, it's a little bit more intense in boat racing. We have a thing called safety, and we've got to abide by a few rules.
Absolutely. Yeah. There's no doubt about that. And yeah, don't ever listen to me for any mechanical advice. I'm going to send you right down the wrong path. So the Kennedys, Daryl Atchison now, Marcus Hall, Andrews Asbestos Removal and Demo, Oxdig Excavations, Real Bathroom Solutions, and Kennedy's Transport. What can the boys do? Oh, jeez. Oh, you're out, Chris Edmonds. Righto, thanks for coming up and having a chat. Big shout out to the Edmonds family watching from right around the world. So really starting to see some positive moves here from Daryl Atchison. It's been about 25 years since we saw him race the racetracks of Australia behind the wheel. There's something going on into the right-hander side. I doubt that it's a foot issue. It's not the throttle that he's falling off. There's something going on, certainly. Yep, there it goes again. It seems to be, or to me, around the right-hander specifically, so maybe it's just starting to fuel. So 49.749. So it seems to me, at a guess, that it is starving for fuel when he goes around the sharper corners. However, that's only a bit of a stab in the dark. And just remember, it's all fun and games, ladies and gentlemen, until you get a poke in the eye, and then it's fun in the dark. I have no idea what that means. Oh, geez, I love being back here. It's so good. So just waiting for... So real shame for James Ismail and Laura Stevens that this is Disturbed Racing, the team, the girls. It is Jay Atchison and Erin. And the girls have had it all over the blokes in this team all weekend. KMC Performance, Atchison Trucks, Central Coast Kino, and all stone and glass. Well, these girls are just on a flyer. The boat just set up beautifully. Great to see a big crowd here at the Round Mountain Raceway for round one of the V8 Superboat Championships for the 25-26 season. Great run there, 46.344. So that is their quickest time of the day, the ladies. Jade Atchison and Erin Kearney there. So let's have a look at what Darren and the A-team got. Darren and Jamie got a 46.916. That was by far their best time. The girls still 0.6 roughly quicker. So I wonder what's happened to the Anarchy machine of Simon McMahon. The rookies, doesn't look like we'll be seeing them for the rest of the day, which is very disappointing. But we are now going to move into our Group A category. So these guys are just going to have another run. There's only 4 of them left, I think. Yeah, 4. Bastian Mullen, Danny Napick, Justin Roylance and Andrew Garth. Of course, Daniel Warburton, a problem with the Attitude boat, has not graced the track with his presence today, very unfortunately. So we are now shifting to the Group A category. I'll be back with you in just a moment.
The first time I jumped in a boat, we used to run cars, drive your cars way too fast, ride your bikes way too fast. Don't do any of that anymore. It's just, there's nothing compares with what happens out here. And, the best measure I've got, I think it was about 8 years ago, we had a corporate day at Cabba, and a mate of mine that used to race Carrera Cup and then went to NC, so Rusty, I was always going along and pitting for him, and we travelled all around, and I said to him we had this day coming up, and he lives on the Gold Coast. He said, I'll come down and give you a hand. I said, that'll be good. So he came down and helped strap all these celebrities in. We were running them around. And I said to him, are you going to come out and have a run in the boat? And he said, no. He said, I'm all right. He goes, I'm enjoying watching. And he goes, I really don't get why you don't slow down to go into corners. And anyway, I came in after the last run, and here he is standing suited up at the ramp. So I didn't say a word, and I just went, yep. He's jumped in. He said, all right, I'm going to give it a go. I've been watching it. And I remember all I could hear through my helmets, through the noise of the boat, was holy as we got to the first corner. And we came back and he's jumped out of the boat. I said, you're right. And he said, yeah. He goes, no, you're a bigger bloody idiot than I thought. He said, I can tell you every braking mark on every racetrack in Australia and New Zealand. And he goes, this defies any of that. I said, so you like it? He goes, the buzz is unbelievable. He said, but you're not going to get me to do it because I don't get it. He goes, it just doesn't make any sense. And that's the exhilarating part that gets you into it. So that's the start of it. But the thing that overrides all of that is the fellow competitors, their teams. It is a big family.
All right, so it is now Bastian Mullen coming off the trailer, and it's fantastic. Thank you very much, Gordo. Much appreciated. So it's great to see some older faces, crew chiefs and racers and navigators who've come together to support this inaugural Greg Harriman Memorial Round. And I ran into a bloke called Lucky before, and I forgot to say to you, Lucky, you got something on your chin. No, not your second. It's on your third chin, mate. It's on your third chin. His jowls become elongated somewhat. Good to see you, Lucky. All right, Matty Harrop's just wandered into the commentary tower. We're having a look at Bastian Mullen and Spud coming out. Matty Harrop, welcome in commentary out of the No Limits Racing Garage. You're going pretty well out there today, mate.
We're putting new jig in it in this season, and we're giving it a good test run today, and chopping and changing and seeing how it's going.
Well, the interesting thing to say, chopping and changing, I was not want to go calling you predictions. You like to have a bit of a play with everything, don't you?
If you're not going fast, you've got to play to make it go fast.
Yeah, well, that's exactly right. Interesting, Bastian Mullen easing off coming out of Benny's there. That's surprising, young Bastian.
Yeah, Bastian's a bloody good driver, so he's a hard man to catch.
Oh, Bastian Mullen there with a 43.255. So that's his best time of the day. And interesting, could have gained a lot more time coming in and out of the hairpin that he's at Benny's. So, mate, you've got a big racing program as well. You're racing in New Zealand, you're racing here, and you're building a track in New Zealand. How's the track coming along over there?
We've got the main track's built. We've got grass growing in it, and we've got a launch pool to put in and some fencing. And our first round's in February this year of one of the New Zealand rounds, and then we're also hosting the last round.
Yeah, fantastic, mate. Danny Napick now, he's up and up towards the boat, right off the line. Quite amazing, Danny Napick. Super aggressive on the start. Cliff Bamford doing some navigation here. And I'll tell you what, love the way that Danny Napick and Cliff Bamford have been going about it. Just always just knocking at the door, squeezing everything they possibly can out of it. Don't worry about that. 400 and from Cubic Lift Shed, KFC Trailers, KFC Performance. Their previous best time was a 45.04. So Danny Nappy just squeezing very hard, a little bit hard there. Oh, the engine's gone off. The genie has allowed the smoke from the engine, and that does not look good at all. And that is slowed him right down with a 47.034. I don't know, Matthew, what do you think about that one, mate?
Oh, he's definitely dropped a cylinder.
Yep.
Yep, there's oil popping in there and burning off.
Yeah, that is no good at all, mate, and that'll be the end of the day for Danny Napick. They're going to have to... He's just shut it down. That is catastrophic end for the round of one, but the round number 2's back up here on the 8th of November, so we've got a little bit of time between races. So tell me, this new track that you're building, where is it in New Zealand?
So it's in the Taranaki region, Stratford, so right next to the mountain, great views. It's kind of an arena like this one, but it's got higher banks and steep banks, so you're sitting right on top of the track, looking down the whole way around the track. Yeah, wow, I'm really looking forward to getting there. What have you done for the commentary tower? I hope that it's got a coffee machine, a bar fridge, plenty of seating. Did I mention air conditioning and maybe a heater? Well, I'm just going what you used previously. I put up some cattle yards and chucked a couple of sheep in there for you. Yeah, fantastic, mate. I really appreciate you looking after me. So you've got a massive program on, obviously you've been digging the track yourself under guidance with a lot of people and reaching out about how to dig the track, how to do it, and of course, being an excavation operator yourself, you've been out there doing most of the work? Yeah, I actually... I didn't take any advice from anybody because too many cooks in the kitchen, so we carted about 10,000 cubes of clay off the top of a hill and filled a gully in, and then one Sunday started digging. Yeah, right, okay. No, it'll be certainly interesting, and of course, it's not a small exercise either, is it? You sort of think, I'll just dig a couple of channels and she'll be right. There's a little bit more to it than that. Yeah, no, there's, it has taken me by surprise a little bit, but... Oh, Roylo, off the start. Something's gone wrong there. His hand went up, so he will go back to the start chute, maybe back to the trailer. So, wow, this... it's the top 12 in the Group A, but there's only 4 left. Well, there's only 3 left now because Danny Napick's just lunched the engine. Justin Roylance, something's gone wrong there. He's bringing it back to the trailer. What is happening in the Group A category? Yeah, too much dust collection over the winter, mate. Yeah, it happens. I'll tell you what, I decided to pull apart my ski boat the other day and have a bit of a look at it. Everything is rotten. The bearers have rotted out. Now I've decided, right, I'm pulling it apart, I've got to rebuild it. What a stupid idea. I think, have put a match to it. Well, I'm quite glad I didn't take you up on that offer to go in it. Yeah. Well, it's seen better days, but... that's what happens. You leave boats around for too long and don't pay attention to them. All sorts of things starts going wrong. So who's the main guy over here that's looking after you take the boat around the place? Oh, his name's Matty Harrop, but we've got Nige and Rick. They've come down from up Hopeton, which is... I couldn't even tell you where I am, to be fair, but... Victoria, there you go, mate. Out in the Wimmera. Out that way, mate. Yeah, so, and it's great, isn't it, that you can come over here and you've got guys over here that can take the boat to and from the track for you, because otherwise you'd be in all sorts of bother, wouldn't you? Yeah, no, it's good. Everybody chips in and helps out and gets the boat to where it needs to be, and the little bits that need doing in the meantime, and, it works well. Yeah, that's fantastic. And so we've got the Kennedys out there at the moment, the Andrew Garth behind the wheel and Craig Willman. And these guys just creeping up on it slowly. Their best time of the day was a 58. So 4 rookies, just ease into it. You, on the other hand, didn't. I did. Quite the same way. Nah, my first outing was spectacular. I wrote my boat off. On the Q4, I think it was. Yeah. Where was that? That was at Wanganui, wasn't it? No, it was Mary. Oh, yes.
throw into the mix when you go and ride the boat on 63.76. So the Kennedy's machine gone backwards a little bit in time. It is funny, though, that you do see guys like yourself get out there and go, right, I'll work this out. Bang, crash, done.
Yeah, well, I took the mentality of just put my foot down like Speedway, and it didn't quite come off as I thought.
Yeah. Takes a little bit to get used to these, doesn't it?
Yeah, you can normally bounce off the wall in Speedway, but you definitely can't bounce off an island.
No. Actually, sometimes this racetrack is like the Whit Sundays and everybody wants to visit every island. They're onto it. They think it's a genie or something like that. So that rounds out Group A. We are now going to go unlimited, not unless we can get Roylo back onto the track. But that trailer, Justin Roylance now coming back onto the launch ramp. So the spit water machine there, the reigning shared dual... God, what's the word I'm trying to say, Matt? He's the reigning Australian champion, which is a shared trophy with Ollie Silverton. So they won that, yeah, you know what I mean?
Yeah, they hold hands and walk around.
Yeah, they do a little bit, yeah, I've noticed that. I've seen them skip the other day.
Did you?
Yeah, it was a bit weird to watch that, I must admit.
Yeah, no.
But I watched it from a safe distance.
Yeah. I see they pat each other a couple of times too, so...
Yeah, that's it. So, mates, right, you, what was your last time out on the track? I've written it down somewhere, but me pieces of paper. You see how well organised I am up here?
This actually looks like my office, to be fair.
Yeah, no.
I can probably find it for you because I'm used to it.
Well, that's exactly it. So, I'll tell you, you're in a good battle with Nate Mullen. What's the plan? Drill a hole in his boat?
That boat is amazing. Nate's a good driver, just like Bastian, so... it's hard to compete with, but, we give it our best and push them, and we can only do what we can do.
So you're LS here and you race Group A in New Zealand?
Yes.
Yeah. Good work. So this is Justin Roylance coming out now in the Outlaw machine. Had a bit of a false start, was under starter's orders. The rules say put your hand up, might have been the boat full of weed. He took the opportunity to go back up to the trailer, get the weed out of the intake of the jet unit. Tracy Little doing the navigating duties here. Off the boat, split water, Roylance tractor replacements, JRE race engines, Penrite Oils, Kubota, Marine Airflow International, signs you see, and Pulse race boat. So Roylo, I do know that Daniel James come up to me this weekend and said, right, here's the box of impellers, I want you to try them. So I said, well, what do you think is working? He said, I don't know, I'm only doing what I'm told. Fair enough. So, Roylo, walking a minute. That's a good time for Justin Roylance with a 43.168. 43.168. He has gone 0.008 of a second slower than previous. Like, it takes more to blink. It takes longer time to blink, Matt.
Yeah, I out there yesterday with my navvy for this weekend. She's new, first time on the boat yesterday. We went out and did the practice lap, and I didn't hold back. I gave it to it and came in, and she was giggling. So, that worked. And then we went out, I think it was Q3, and she goes, do you keep your eyes open the whole time? Because the wind's in my eyes and they're making the water, I have to close them.
Yeah.
I said to her, if I closed my eyes, we wouldn't be back on the trailer.
Yeah, that's exactly right. No, I try to keep my eyes open as often as I can while I'm doing a lap at breakneck speed in a jet ski boat. Oh, that is amazing. So we're now going to the unlimited category. This is Mike Hessel and Sean White. And I'll tell you, Hessel, in his last lap out, was a hell of a lot better than anything he did yesterday. He was a shocker yesterday. We gave him plenty, mate. I kept sweeping him barcodes and this message on him last night. Good driver, all this sort of thing. So really got stuck into him. But this is by the end of it, we're starting to think of wearing a bit too, so I left. So, Mike Hessel, as we said earlier in the broadcast, he was one of the most improved, and certainly, taking nothing away from him. He really, what we saw at the start of last season, what we're seeing now with Mike Hessel, just massive gains.
Yeah, he's a good driver now. He's definitely getting there.
Yeah, there's no doubt about it. He's certainly not scared of it either. You know, throwing it in there, this is a very untidy lap.
Yeah.
It really is in the scheme of things. But his development has been very positive indeed. Now, never ever tell him that I gave him a little bit of applause, some positive feedback. I don't want him to know that we've done that.
I think that's what happened. He got a bit of a big head and got pretty messy right then.
Yeah. So, mate, it's great to see you over here and competing. So tell us what else is going on in life. You're racing here, you're racing in New Zealand, you're building a track. What else are you racing?
My kids around.
Yeah.
No, running a pretty hectic life and going to try and take a seat backwards a little bit and do more racing, really. I want to get to America next year.
Yep.
Ship one of the boats over there and have a play there.
Well, look, why wouldn't you? In fact, they're racing over there today at Port Angeles. So there's a few Kiwis have made the journey over there.
Yep.
And I did hear that Paddy Hayden and Bryce Barron were jumping in a boat together.
I watched it early this morning and I seen the boat parked up on the grass, so I'm not sure who was driving, but they were probably both giving each other directions.
Yeah, I could well imagine. You wouldn't want to be in the middle of any of that, would you? So that was, I've lost me. Now, how am I losing pieces of paper? I'm losing so many pieces of paper, I've got no idea what's going on. So, we do have what is going to be the run order for the top 6 in the LS. You were third fastest in Moist As, so it went quickest was Ripshift, Nude Nuts Racing, Disturbed B, Jade Atchison, Disturbed A, Darren Pollard, and Steady Eddie with Jody Salks. That is going to make up the top 6 in the LS. You've got a bit of work to do there, mate.
Yeah, I do have a bit of work. You know, I've been giving Matt Molehouse a bit of shit because yesterday he couldn't make it round.
Couldn't, could he?
Nah, and then I went out there for my first lap today, and I actually beat his time from yesterday with a rotation correction, I reckon.
He was all over the place yesterday. He's got his eye in today, though.
Yeah, he's a machine today. I'm not sure what happened last night, but I should have joined him.
Yeah, exactly. So the Mexican coming out now, Kenny Kesper and John Malloy. Hey, good on you, Matt. Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, Matt Harrop, we were just having a chat to. Great to see the work that he's putting into the sport and starting to really reap some benefits. Good luck for the rest of the Arvo, mate. Have an absolute cracker. So Kenny Kesper, John Malloy out there, the Atchison Hull, Scott 8.5 Shed unit, the Shed 427 cubic inch, and the boat just sounds absolutely beautiful. Kenny Kesper throwing the Mexican around like he's going to ping it over a border. So, yes, certainly a very impressive drive here from Ken Kesper. And through the line goes the Mexican with a 48.532. So their quickest time of the day. Great time of the day to be doing it as well. So who have we got now? It is Troublemaker with Brooke Lucas coming out now. This is the unlimited category. So what will Brooke Lucas be able to offer us here? Certainly starting on the back foot after missing 4 runs yesterday, so really needs to lay one down here, stamp the authority on the race meeting. So Brooke Lucas, the Troublemaker, the 510 sprint carriage, 700 horsepower. His previous best time was a 53.223, so got a little bit of work to do there. knows his way around the Penrite track, has been a former Australian champion way back in 2009. Brook Lucas across the line, brings the time right down with a 51.552. 51.552 there for the Troublemaker and Brook Lucas. We should now, and we will be seeing Daryl Hutton and Mick Parry, the R&J Batteries machine. 1,300 horsepower in the twin turbo 400 cubic inch Chev. Oh, yeah, thank you. All right. So people pointed out to me that Brook Lucas's Troublemaker was actually on fire coming in. So the safety crew and indeed all of the crew on the ramp, fantastic effort, put that out very quickly. So they're just splashing a bit of water over it. The old methanol, a bit hard to see when it burns during the daylight. But it can be put out with water. So very positive news there for Brook Lucas. Well, not positive that the boat caught on fire. It's positive that the boat fire has been put out. So it is Daryl Hutton coming under starter's orders as we continue. Daryl Hutton won't be caring about what's happened on the ramp. He wants to be coming into the 42-second region. There is no doubt about that. So Daryl Hutton and Mick Parry absolutely just carried on. Nutsy, very reactionary, went too deep into the Alcott High roundabout. Just loaded out there. Had to really get on the wheel to prevent that boat just launching off the peninsula. So Daryl Hutton, Mick Parry, the boat, this is turning ugly for Nutsy. Got plenty of power to get out of it, don't worry about that. Daryl Hutton with a 42.78, and that was an ugly lap. 42.787. Wow, got it stuck around the, drifted out too wide around the Alcott High roundabout. Got it stuck just out here in front of commentary and still post the best time of the day. There's a fairly real suggestion that Daryl Hutton has turned up the boost in the twin turbo. It's amazing that Daryl Hutton can drive that boat around that track at that speed, stay poised, calm, and yet nearly missed the boat trailer, bringing the boat back to the trailer. So loose cannon now. Tyler Finch, will they be dialing up the boost into the twin turbo? 1,500 horsepower at Tyler Finch's disposal. The fitter and turner, Kyle Elphingston, doing the navigational duties. Tyler was in the 40-second bracket, 40.912. More importantly, where is Fonzie Mullen? We haven't seen him on the launch ramp. A big pop and a splutter last time he was out. So Tyler Finch, the fitter and turner, in the box seat at the moment. The Sprint Tech hull. This is looking absolutely red hot. There is no doubt about that. So Tyler Finch, Southern Jet, Coastal Transport, Universal Welding Services and Far Faster Race Engines. So Tyler Finch in the loose cannon in the latter part of this lap. He's going to be setting a pretty good time. I would have thought, no, he's blown it out a little bit. So a 41.074 for Tyler Finch. So he's actually gone about 0.2 of a second slower than his previous best time. So obviously making some changes to the jet unit, which has not worked as efficiently as could be expected. No ramjet on the launch ramp. This is the top 12 of the unlimited category. Mind you, it's the top 9, to be honest, because we've only got 9 in it. So it is Sam Everingham in the Excalibur machine. And because Fonzie Mullen has qualified the boat, the Ramjet machine, and it is now finals time, he cannot switch to another boat. So Sam Everingham, Lizzie Cook in the Excalibur machine. They have been doing a fantastic job. Sam is getting better and better as the weekend's going on. Loving being back behind the wheel of this Sprint Tech hull. Really starting to show some pace here. So Sam Everingham now in the run for the line. His best time's a 44.7. What's he produced for us here? That's a quick time for Sam Everingham with a 43.842. 43.842. That's his best time of the day by 0.9 of a second. So very positive move. Spartan time. The B team's down there. The Mongrel with Peter Munger. With the Mongrel with Peter Munger. And they named a passage after him, Pete's Passage, so if he's shooting right up that, getting right in there into Pete's Passage, will Peter Munger. He's got a new navigator today. I'm not too sure who it is. Fu Manchu, Dave, I don't know, Callum. I'm really not that 100% sure. But, because I wrote it down, but now I've lost it. So it is Peter Munger, the local here. Right through Pete's Passage he goes. Gets it right up there. Has an absolute ripper. The 454 big block. The fireman. So Peter Munger, been around the sport for a lot of years, done so much work up at Round Mountain Raceway, and just an absolute pleasure to be around. Hard working, hard racing, hard living sort of man. And I tell you what we're seeing out here at the moment is just a really nice drive. The boat very well prepared. Really late out there in that little sweeping right-hander. So Peter Munger with a 45.941 there for the Mongrel. So it is the Spartan time. I'm not even too sure who's at it. It's Luke Walters at the moment. And, geez, I tell you what, that was ugly coming out of Benny's. He wasn't sure whether he had to go right. He wasn't sure if he had to go left. He wasn't sure if he had to go straight ahead. But I'm not surprised it's South Island. So there you go. It is the Spartan time. The B team, quicker than the A team with a 46.845. Luke Walters, quicker than Mike Hessel. I tell you what, Luke Walters has one hand on this round Spartan Cup. Mate, what did you do to your boat?
Fuel leak in the fuel tank.
Jump on the headphones here. So we've got James up here from MBS Racing. Mate, what did you do to the boat?
It wasn't so much me, it was more the fuel tank. Unfortunately, there was a few pinholes that we didn't double check, and they showed their ugly head, unfortunately, today after being belted around on the track yesterday. And look, it's just not worth it, you know. Fuel goes bang very quickly, and we've got a battery issue as well, so hold the button down for a few extra seconds, just trying to get things started. And you know, with fuel vapours and whatnot there, it's just not worth it.
No, it really isn't, because being in such an enclosed space and that type of thing, I mean, it's a fast-paced sport, we all know that, but you don't need to add additional danger to it just through silliness. So smart move to call it.
Definitely, yeah. Look, you know, we'll pull the fuel tank out, we'll have a look at it, we'll reseal it, and we'll be back for the club round in August, and then hopefully, if I can get enough leave, if I get the boss to approve some leave, I might be able to make Keith. Otherwise, it'll definitely be here for Cabarita in November.
Yeah, right. Well, I think, mate, that what we need to really do is Fonzie Mullen out. Fonzie Mullen is out. He didn't make the time. He can't start. Done. Fonzie Mullen, big news. That is absolute gutting for Fonzie Mullen. But look, that's the way it goes. It's not often that you see something go bang in a Fonzie built engine. I can't recall the last time. In fact, I don't know if it's happened.
Look, I wouldn't say it wouldn't happen, but it's certainly been a long time. You'd have to go back through a few calendars to have a look at the last time that Fonzie wasn't in the top three.
Yeah.
You know, that's big news. I didn't particularly see what happened. I saw the aftermath where he was sitting down near the start chute there.
Yep.
But
just kind of went pop, bang, stop.
That's not good.
No, generally not.
But engines and boats are not meant to go pop, bang, stop.
No, they're generally not. Hey, I just got off the phone to Laurie Howlett. He's from Drops Bear Racing. He just rang me. Fantastic to hear from him. He said, mate, I just want to give you an update. We're on the painkillers at the moment. Karen is going in for a lot more for stands and all that sort of stuff. So they're both comfortable as you can be given the circumstances. So, Laurie, hope you're watching the live stream, mate, and I'll give you a call straight after the meeting, mate. But, you know, we really wish the pair of you the speediest of possible recoveries. It's a dangerous sport, and sometimes accidents happen.
And it is unfortunate that it's a year to the day tomorrow that they actually ended up just down near the front of us here with their engine hanging out of the boat.
Darren Pollard, LS. And I'll tell you, mate, it's interesting that the girls, the B team, are beating the boys. I really do, because I was having a chat to Jamie, he goes, it's because of our age. The girls are a lot younger. It's like, no, mate, you guys have got no skill. That's what it is.
That's exactly right, yeah. Now, look, I'm trying to convince my wife to get involved in it, but I'm a little bit nervous about it in case she does beat me, unfortunately. You know, that'll be a bit of a household rivalry that I'm sure to lose. But look, it's good to see Jade doing so well, and you know, as many of the women that can get into this sport, the better.
Look, I agree, and it's a perfect sport for ladies as well. 46.91 there for Darren Pollard. And he really is a perfect sport for ladies. We're starting to see a lot more women coming into the sport throughout the course of the years. Generally, for some reason, ladies go really well in this sport because of potentially their finesse. Blokes tend to be a bit more he-man, you know, that type of thing. I don't really know what the answer is, but it's just wonderful.
Yeah, no, look, I think case in point is old Teddy Sagitis. You know, he didn't drive the boat, he wrestled the boat, and I remember him having a big 680 big block sitting in the back of the tinny there, and he come out and he was absolutely puffing and panting. I said to him, mate, what are you doing? And he said, mate, this boat is going to do what I tell it to do, not the other way around. And I think that's where he's going wrong. I think that's where, you know, Jade and Jodie and the likes, you know, they've done so well because they've got a few extra screws up there that are a little bit tighter than some of us up.
Yeah, well, that's it. And it's a little bit more finesse, but
and that's
just
exactly
a lighter touch, and whatever it is, it's just Nate Mullen now out doing navigation out here. So Nate Mullen, it's pretty reason the racing Australian champion or co-reigning Australian champion in this LS category. And I'll tell you what, there'll be a lot more work to do in the motorsport garage over the next few weeks.
Yeah, look, it's good to see the Mullins, you know, they're taking on the world, those boys, in terms of the Unlimited with Fonzie, now the 400 with Bastian, and Nate doing so well now that he's settled down. You know, it'll be at the V8 Mullins show in no time.
Yeah, absolutely it will. It'll be the way it's going. And what a run there from young Nate Mullen with a 47.03. So good run there.
Quick boat.
Oh, absolutely. So just having a look through my paperwork here, 43.071. So that's his quickest time of the day. Not too sure that he's going to be able to squeeze too much more out of it. Tidy up a few lines, maybe gain a little bit, but I can't see him getting too much more out of that, to be honest.
No, look, and I think at this point in the day, they should have the track direction down pat. So, you know, if they can find a 10th here and there, tidy up a corner here and there, then they should be able to do it by now. But, you know, by the time this end of the day, they should have the engine dialed in. They should have the jet unit done. They know exactly what they're doing with their nozzles. You know, it's now a case of the nut behind the wheel, making sure it's poised in the right direction.
Just getting absolutely every line, every A-piece absolutely spot on. Jody Salt's out there in the steady Eddie. This is the top six of the LS category. Will Cartwright doing the navigation duties. We want to see her down into the high 46s. Her best has been a 47.223. Brandon Patton only discovered this a couple of minutes ago. How we go? This is Brandon Patton for this weekend.
Yeah, no, she's fairly new to the sport, which is absolutely fantastic. And as you can see, she's really smooth on the wheel. You know, just as you said, mate, you know, that finesse that a few of the blokes unfortunately don't have. And when you've got, you know, roughly 600 horsepower at your foot, you need to have a little bit of finesse about you.
Oh, absolutely. And have a look at that, mate. The 46.522. So I was hoping she was going to get around the high 46s. She's brought it to a mid-range 46. Great drive. Loving it, man.
Mate, that's absolutely fantastic.
Isn't it?
Oh, mate, honestly, the Steady Eddie team, they're absolutely fantastic too. You know, they're really helpful. They're always there ready to chip in. And the good thing is most of them are. You know, there's not really a boat out there that's not going to come over and give you a hand. And to see Jodie grow and improve, you know, I take my hat off to her.
Oh, absolutely. Yep. No doubt about it. We've got now Matty Harrop in the No Limits racing machine.
Oh, look, he's a Kiwi, so let's not talk good about him.
Yeah, the old throw mud across the ditch sort of deal. So I'll tell you what, he's just the amount of wheel time that he's getting in Matt and Jen Nan and Connor and big shout out to Smiths as well. So plenty of people right around the world keeping a very close eye on what Matty Harrop's doing. And this racing, you know, in New Zealand and in Australia certainly has been allowed to drive and grow so much quicker.
It does, yeah. Matty's got that thing dialed in really nicely. I don't know about the big trumpet-looking thing sitting out the front. Apparently he used a 3D mould to make it. I don't know what fruit that is, but...
yeah, so he's got a trombone out the front.
Yeah, that's exactly right. It looks like he's come out of a school band rather than a jet boat.
44.756 there for Matt Harrop. So at the moment, that will be the end of the day for Darren Pollard. Into fourth. On the bubble now is Jody Socks in the Steady Eddie machine. We've still got two to come in this LS category, trying to find out who is going to take the third position, where they will run off against one another. So at the moment, Rip Shift with a 43.071, 1.6 seconds behind there is the man we just saw, Matthew Harrop. And about 2 seconds behind that, about 1.8 seconds behind that, or is it 2, whatever, is Steady Eddie.
Mate, I'm not good at math either.
Yeah, I am terrible at it. I am so... Somebody said to me, I couldn't work out what 8 sevens were the other day, and someone goes, well, what's 7 eighths? And I went 56, and they go, well, what's 7? And I'm like, I don't know.
Well, yeah.
I couldn't work it out. Anyway, that
who does math at this time of day? It's Sunday.
say, Matt Malthouse, Leighton Collins, Moon Nuts Racing, I reckon they will definitely end up in this top three. Coming into this top six, they've shown the form, they've shown the ability, and certainly the times as well to be well and truly entrenched into that top three. But you never know what will happen with Matt Malthouse. Oh, how tight was that around the right hand? If you're on word, man, you just had your head cut off.
And mate, you know, when you're out on the track, you think you've got a lot of time, a lot of space, and moving that quickly, it only takes a very slight turn of the wheel, and all of a sudden you've got it all swirled up, and you're staring at the sky, looking.
Oh, have a look at this dude, Nuts of Racing. Pops himself in a P2. That's the end of Jody Socks and Steady Eddie. So it's Rip Shift, Nude Nuts Racing, Moist As, one more to come, which will be Jade Aitchison. So she needs to be beating a time of a 44.756 to slot herself into the top three runoff.
It's going to be close.
It will be close. Mm-hmm. It is going to be sensational. So just waiting now for the Disturbed B team, the girls. So just waiting for them to show up. And what's been happening in the Group A, mate? We started off with 5 boats. We're down to about 3 now. Something up. Danny Natnick looks like he's gone terminal with a big pop of a cylinder, it would appear at this point.
Oh, no.
So they'll be disappointed.
Yeah. And Roylo?
Roylo had a false start not long ago. Must have been weeding the engine. It was looking like that was not going to work. Yep. The Kennedys are still in there. So, yeah, it's going to be a mixed bag. But, so it's certainly always interesting. So the attitude with Daniel Warburton and Ryan Lofts, they didn't make it today. I didn't find out exactly what happened with the boat. Have you got any information?
Look, unfortunately, I don't. I'm happy to find out, but I'm not sure what happened with old Daniel Warburton. He was doing all right though last season. I thought he was chucking along nicely. So don't know what happened there.
All right, Group A to the ramp, please. Group A to the ramp. So it is now Jody Atchison, Jody and Eric combining beautifully here this weekend so far, and beating them at every opportunity, beating them to the sweep, beating them to the finish, and probably just going to beat them, I guess.
Absolutely love it. Bring it on, Jade.
Yeah, that's it.
Show them how it's done.
On board there as a sponsor. Wow. Have a look at the way this boat is being driven. She's absolutely bringing everything out of it. Time to see some leaders at 44.756. So we are going to blow that out. She won't make it 45.76. So that is the end of the day, sadly, for Jade Atchison. So very, very unfortunate. So the top 3 to run off in a little while for the LS category will be fastest was Nate Mullen, then Matt Malthouse, and then Matthew Harrop. So we're going to get the Group A boats to the ramp. We'll take a short break up here in commentary and be back with you in just a moment. Group A boats to the ramp, please. Group A to the ramp.
Penrite, Australian-made, family-owned and operated. Make premium quality engine and racing oils, warranty-approved coolants, automatic transmission and manual gear oils, a complete range of engine and fuel additives, heavy-duty and industrial products for every application. Visit penriteoil.com for more information. Penrite. Australian made for Australian conditions since 1926.
Whenever you're in the New South Wales Riverina, make sure you drop into the South Hay Hotel. We're open daily from 2 p.m. and are always happy to see members of the V8 Superboat community and the fans. Great food, great company and some of the best beer on tap. Catch us on Facebook or drop us an email. We're the Murrumbidgee's best kept secret.
So we're just waiting for our Group A boats to make their way to the ramp. So I am playing this song on behalf. Thank you very much. Much appreciated. Thank you very much, Vanessa. Ladies and gentlemen, Vanessa and Mandy and Gordo up here in the timing tower looking after the computers, the track rotations, do a fantastic job on each and every race meeting. We want to say thank you to them. We want to say thank you to our rescue crew, to our starters, to our volunteers, and to all the people who make a race day possible. But while we got a little bit of a break at the Greg Harriman Memorial, Mr. Harriman, as we've said and as you've heard today, just a ripping bloke. And he came into the sport with a boat called Black Betty. So I'm just going to play a quick sound grab of that. Every time I hear it, remember the great man. So now we are going racing. This will determine the top three for the Group A. And we have the Kennedy's machine out there at the moment. Andrew Garth and Craig Willman just get it around the course. That is all they need to do, because there is only Bastian Mullen and Justin Roylance and Andrew Garth still operating in the Group A. Danny Napick has gone terminal with that engine, we dare say, in Toughen Up. And Daniel Warburton in the Attitude didn't make today's proceedings. So it is great to see these newer guys into the sport making their way in. Just get this lap done and they'll make their way into that top three. So fantastic work from the team of Kennedy's Transport. In and out of Benny's now. Just easing it through. Very nice indeed. Great work from Andrew Garth there with the 58.151, 58.151. So that'll see him into the top three. So we've only got two more to go in the Group A. They're actually running off. There's three running off to get into the top three. Sounds weird, but that is just how it's been. It has been a race of attrition today. I think, James, you have left your telephone up here in the commentary tower. I'm about to ring multitudes of international phone numbers. So here is how the top six in the Unlimited is going to look. He's going to be Loose Cannon, R&J Batteries with Daryl Hutton, Loose Cannon with Tyler Finch, Excalibur, Sam Everingham, the Mongrel, yes, the local man, Peter Munger, and the Spartan Time boys, both the A and B team, as we go to Justin Roylance and Tracy Little, Kubota, Spitwater, plenty on board. Roylance is tracking replacements, and Roylo's been throwing lots of different blades at this weekend under the guidance of Brad James from JRE Race Engines, trying to get the data, trying to work it right. He wants to get a back-to-back Australian title. And what we're seeing so far today in the round number one of the Australian V8 Superboat Championship, brought to you by Penrite Oils, is certainly very positive. That is much better in and out of Benny's. Roylo absolutely lighting it up at the moment. He's just through the line now, and that gives him a 42.60. Justin Roylance, 42.60. He will be very happy with that. There is no doubt about it. Yeah, certainly the right time of the day to deliver that. What will Bastion Mullen offer here? They've been chasing gremlins with this Group A that is new to Bastion Mullen here this weekend. The GM Motorsport boys were up right throughout the week up till 3 a.m. trying to get this boat sorted. And, well, they seem to have chased the gremlins. Now Bastion just needs confidence in the new package that is available to him. Want a big shout out to the St John's Ambos and indeed the VRA Rescue New South Wales. Thank you very much, guys and girls. We really appreciate your attendance here throughout the course of the weekend. Big shout out to Hardy's Haulage and indeed the Hardy family, Alcott Hire. So it is now Bastion Mullen and Navigator Spud Talia Mullen. We call her Spud, so she's sitting in the silly seat there. What will Bastion provide us here? The time that he wants to naturally beat. Time that Roylo for 42.601. So Bastion Mullen, ASP Racing, Australia Speed Performance, GM Motorsport from down there in Melton in Victoria. This boat just looking beautiful. It really got this dial in. Oh, geez, he was so tight into that right hand and drifted out a little bit to the left. Into Benny's. How's he going in and out of there? Very confidently indeed. The man who is the world champion in the LS category, also the reigning Australian champion in that category as well, stepping up to the Group A, and that is a 43.005. So Justin Roylance quicker by 0.404 of a second, and that it is some distance out to Andrew Garth. That is the three boats that will be racing off in the top three in the Group A category. It will be the Outlaw with Justin Roylance, ASP with Bastion Mullen, and the Kennedys with Andrew Garth. We are now going to move into the top six for the Unlimited category. So the Spartan Time boys, the A and the B team, have made it through. Peter Munger in the Mongrel, Excalibur with Sam Everingham, R&J Batteries, Daryl Hutton, and Loose Cannon, Tyler Finch. It is the Spartan Time boys just trying to get a bit of a look. Looks like it is Mike Hessel Fathead. Indeed, it is Mike Hessel, the A driver in the Spartan type machine. Got the big Mack truck exhaust pipes just poking up out of the engine bay there. All important, needs to not only beat his teammate in Luke Walters, he wants to be able to get an opportunity to have a run off in that top three. It is going to be tight, it is going to be hard, and nothing is as certain in the sport of jet sprinting. Into Betty's and out of Betty's. Probably lost a little bit of time in there. Lost a little bit of time around that right-hander in the latter part of that lap as well. Just bogged it down a little bit. Mike Hessel across the line with a 46.80. Yeah, not sure that is going to be good enough to see him move into that top three, but it is certainly a game and race of attrition. So now it will be Mike Hessel and Sean White need to vacate the boat, get the B team in, but in the meantime it is Sam Everingham in the Excalibur machine. Under starters orders, Lizzie Cook doing the navigational duties here for the round number 1 of the Australian V8 Superboat Championship. What will Sam Everingham offer up here? We want to see him somewhere right down into the 41s. He's optimal for what he will be chasing. And he's made a rotational error. That is a big error. That is the finish for Sam Everingham. I think he got himself a bit confused, to be fair. So Sam Everingham, the big bow there. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for Sam Everingham. Oh, that is an absolute cracker. You can see the handling characteristics of these jet spring boats. He spun it on the length of the boat itself, parked it up on the dirt, and, oh well. Wah, 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 wah. I'll be back. out next. I dare say it will be. Oh, I'm not going to guess it, I don't think. Oh, there we go. Down there, I can see. Oh, Peter Munger's got a bit of a fire in the back as well. I just had a quick chat to Brooke Lucas, R&J Batteries, Daryl Hunt and Nick Barry coming out. The boys in R&J Batteries, they were coming out. Brooke Lucas caught on fire. They are coming out. And Peter Munger's caught on fire. So the boat has. Peter Munger's absolutely fine. Don't worry about that. It is Daryl Hunt and Nick Barry, the two characters of the sport, the dodgy fellas. I tell you what, that is definitely Daryl Hunt, the blue kid. I've got no doubt about that. Last time out with the penalty actually went wicked, but very untidy level with the time of the day. So the rest of what the street is dry and it's listen to that, 42.69 and a heap of water over the bow just to cool them down a little bit. That is an absolute ripping run. And certainly very exciting. You can hear that boat hitting the rev limiter. They may need to up that limiter. So they will see themselves firmly into that top three. It is the Spartan Type A and Mike Hessel now sitting on the bubble. We still have Loose Cannon yet to run. And the Spartan Time B team left to run. So it is Daryl Hutton will absolutely make that top three. So, I had a chat to Brooke Lucas from the Troublemaker. Boat caught fire when he came back onto the launch ramp. He wasn't trying to barbecue it at all. Just had a little bit of a fire, so no major danger. We hope exactly the same type of scenario is going to play out for Peter Munger in the Mungrel as well. So it'd be great to see that man into the top three. Right, just yes, okay. Just to let you go first into the 400s. Thank you very much. So, Brendan, you are the quickest into the Group A as Justin Roylands is. He decided to go first into that group. But we now have a look at Tyler Finch. This is the Loose Cannon. I'll tell you what, Tyler Finch is absolutely flying at the moment. There's no doubt about it. Oh, well, Winston doing the navigation journey, talking behind the wheel of an LSA down here. Oh, have a look at this. Tyler Finch, he's playing it down. He said to see what nothing you're going to dial a boost up. I'll show you what boost is about. Absolute beautiful looking run here. Tyler Finch will get something on his other way. There's a 41.12. He cements himself a spot in the top three of the unlimited category. That is the end of Mike Hessel. We'll see no more part from him today. With Mungrel, with Peter Munger sitting on the bubble with one more to go. So the time that Luke Walters needs to beat to get into the top three of the unlimited is a 45.485. So Luke Walters, the Spartan Time BT, coming down onto the launch ramp as we speak. So Luke Walters, will his A driver Mike Hessel help or hinder? Because for these guys it is all about the Spartan Cup. I'd like to thank you all, ladies and gentlemen, for tuning in right around the world on our live stream, and indeed you ladies and gentlemen up there on the hill. We really appreciate your patronage. It has been a beautiful day here in northern New South Wales. The day is still continuing. We've got Luke Walters, the final of the top six of the unlimited category, to come out to try to make it into that top three. So they've just unplugged the battery lead. They actually nearly sent him out with the battery lead still attached to the to the boat. So they got the jump start back and they really pushed him off. And at the last minute, one of the mechanics came and just grabbed that out. That would have been made a little bit hard dragging that battery around the jet street course, I would have thought. So Luke Walters coming understart as well as now doing the navigational duties. With the smoke coming out of those exhaust pipes. I haven't noticed that before, Mike. What's going on there? Is that normal? Is it? Right, I haven't noticed it before. You've got the diesel in there, have you, ladies and gentlemen? The methanol in. So far, so good. Walters. He's in a very, very positive start. Oh, Jim, he's grabbed a bit of dirt to the far side. He's ran it out way too wide. That'll add plenty of time to the clock. It's upsetting. It's been bootlessly. It's created confusion. He now has his head back again. Now fighting around the right-hander. Fever, time. The Blue Walker wants to beat. 45.48 to see Luke. He's moving back on the lead. Out there as well. He's living on the edge. Oh, flew out 47.85. Oh, wow. So the top three in the Unlimited are going to be Tyler Finch, Blues Cannon, Darryl Hunt, and RJ Batteries, and Peter Munger in the Mongrel. So Spartan time with Mike Hessel takes the win over Luke Walters. Luke Walters just got himself bamboozled, ran it too wide, and so that'll be the end of that for the day. We are now going to reset our clocks, ladies and gentlemen, and go top three for our LS category. So it will be, not in this order necessarily, Nate Mullen in Rip Shift, Matt Malthouse in Nude Nuts, and Matthew Harrop in the Moist As Machine. I'll take a breath, be back with you in just a moment. Okay, so now we are top three LS category. This is No Limits Racing. Matt Harrop, the Kiwi. And Latran doing the navigational duties. So, what will Matt Harrop be able to produce here? He needs to lay one down. Everything needs to be pinpoint perfect and accurate. No doubt about that. Matty Harrop, he knows how to go about it. Will the pressure get to him? Let's hope not. He's one of those guys, when he gets the focus in, he's got his eye in. There's no doubt about that. He's squeezing absolutely everything out of it. We do know there's a brand new jet unit in this boat, so they'll be twinkling, they'll be playing with it all day, and hopefully they've got the right setup for this final lap of the day for Matt Harrop, the Kiwi, from the New Plymouth region, the Taranaki region of New Zealand. The split at a 21.136. That's exactly where it needs to be. So Matty Harrop just squeezing this little LS for every inch of its life at a 44.469 to open up the account. That is now the time to beat for Matt Malthouse and Leighton Collins, who are off the trailer as we speak. Just keen to get in amongst it. Nate Mullen in the Rip Shift machine, just waiting. He'll be chasing them. So this will be very interesting. Matt Malthouse had a bit of an ordinary day yesterday. The sun's come out, the brain's turned on. He's been driving beautifully today. Don't want to put the commentator's curse on him. So the time that Matt Malthouse is looking to beat is a 44.469 posted by Matt Harrop. So we do know that Matt Malthouse is capable. Will Leighton Collins pointing in the right direction? We are about to find out. Very smooth off the start, some very brave lines there for Matt Malthouse, the man from Keith. Seems to be managing this corner, that sharp left-hander, the first left-hander, or the first sharp left-hander in this rotation. He's having a lot of trouble in there yesterday. So Matt Malthouse just squeezing absolutely everything out of the Nude Nuts racing machine. Running a little bit wide on the exit to the right-hander. Drifted out there. Might have got a little bit of a touch on the port side of the boat. Might have just cost him a little bit of time. This is looking pretty smooth though. He's not soaring at the wheel. This is looking very good for Matt Malthouse. Will it be quicker? So it is. Matt Malthouse is quicker than Matthew Harrop with a 44.316. The gap, 0.153 of a second. That is now the new time to beat for Nate Mullen, a 44.316. Nate Mullen has been down into the 33s. So the team at Rip Shift just getting in there, just settling it all down, trying to get Nate just to slow the breathing down. Kristen Schubert doing the navigational duties here, the shoey. Not sure if she's been doing the Daniel Ricciardo shoey. Thank you very much, Vanessa. That is great work. And once again, I do love to thank these lovely people up here in commentary. They make my job so much easier. And it is a pleasure to work with them. There is no doubt about that. And we're just having a look, waiting. So Matt Harrop just standing down here in front of commentary, waiting to see whether he will be standing on the second or third step of the podium. Nate Mullen is now off the trailer. This is the top three, the final boat of the LS category for round one of the Australian V8 Superboat Championship, brought to you by Penrite Oils. We will be back here at Round Mountain Raceway on the 8th of November, a one-day only meeting. So, Nate Mullen now. Kirsten Schubert. So, Nate Mullen, the reigning Australian champion in this category, a little bit untidy around that left-hander. Had to take a couple of bites of it. Unusual for the young man from GM Motorsports. Into the Alcott Hire roundabout for the final time today for this young man from Melton. The number one on the roll cage for obvious reasons. Oh, so super tidy to ride around that right-hander. Been following the brother Bastion in and out of there. Into Benny's. Well, that was a little bit untidy-ish. We have seen Nate do that a lot better throughout the course of the day. The split was an absolute cracker. And so Nate Mullen just carrying the momentum and takes the win with a 43.521. So it is Nate Mullen takes the win. Round one in the LS category. Kirsten Schubert, the navigator there. In P2 was Matt Malthouse and Leighton Collins. And in third place was Matt Harrop and Anne Latran. I tell ya, it is hot. The gap there was 0.795, so 0.7 of a second. And quite incredible drive there by the young man, Nate Mullen. So now we are going to reset our clocks and we are going to go top three, Group A. But before we do that, Nate Mullen will take the checkered flag for a well-deserved victory lap. So make sure, ladies and gentlemen, you clap, you cheer, you make plenty of noise and support the great driving that we've seen here today by the man who's just taken the first round of the Australian Championship in the LS category. Well done, ladies and gentlemen. Oh, jeez, I tell you, this is hilarious. He's, I dare say, Kirsten, he's going to end up dropping that checkered flag the way he's going, or he's going to park it up on the beach. I'm not sure which. And why not? Ladies and gentlemen, Nate Mullen. Oh, it's just worth coming here just for that. So I can see Justin Roylance coming down onto the trailer in the Spitwater machine. Andrew Garth over there in the Kennedy's machine as well. So Bastian Mullen. So actually will be Justin Roylance coming out first in the Outlaw machine. Then it will be Bastian Mullen. Will it be a clean sweep for the Mullen boys or the brothers? Fire in the belly of the Spitwater machine, the Outlaw machine, with Justin Roylance at the wheel, Tracy Little doing the navigational duties. Mechanic just in the back there, just making sure everything is A-OK. The battery lead, the jump start pack is off. Justin Roylance has been in this position before. Will be just easing his way to the line, trying to slow the breathing down, trying to get the focus, trying to get the brain ticking over. Clearing the eyes, forgetting about the sounds. Try to ignore the heartbeat in your head. So Justin Roylance, and away he goes. Tracy Little doing the navigational duties. Bit of an ease off into that first right-hander. But Roylo electing to go first and saying, boys, catch me if you can. That's his plan. Put the wood on them, put the pressure on them, make them do the chasing. The shared rating Australian Championship, champion in this Group A category. Third in the world as well. So really just laying it down here, Roylo. That is the best that I've seen him, I think, going in and out of beddings. Very, very positive. This is going to be fast. It needs to be. Justin Roylance in Outlaw across the line. 42.18 if you don't mind, ladies and gentlemen. 42.18. That is now the time to beat. Bastian Mullen is going to have to put down his best lap of the day to beat the time that Justin Roylance has just set. Roylo there with a 42.181. So Bastian Mullen got the team down there for ASP, Australia Speed Performance. The old man Fonzie down there, just give him a little bit of guidance. Nate Mullen down there helping the brother out. It's almost like there's a party surrounding the vessel down on the launch ramp. Just ratcheting driver and navigator in. So with the 6-point safety harnesses, ladies and gentlemen, they put you in, but it's the Kennedys out on track. It's Andrew Garth and Craig Willman out on track at the moment for Kennedy's Transport. The Atchison loving the colour, really, and just having a cracking time out there, the boys, Andrew Garth and Craig Willman. We know that they're not going to be getting down into the 42s, but they have made the top 3, and this is just brilliant because it is a race of attrition, and that is exactly what it has been today. Daniel Warburton in the Group A couldn't make it. Danny Napick blew an engine. So Andrew Garth and Craig Willman now making the run for the line. And that is a great day for them with a 55.1, 55. That's in fact their fastest time of the day. So at the moment it's Justin Roylance leading. It is Andrew Garth sitting in second place, and we still have Bastion Mullen left to go. I was just having a look down onto the ramp there, and they're really, what they do with these seat belts, ladies and gents, is they really pull down on the seat belt, get them really nice and snug, get the drivers and the navigators to breathe deeply and then breathe out, and then they tighten them again. The tighter you are in that seat, the better all of the safety works. So Bastion Mullen stepped up into this Group A category, got the fire in the belly of the ASP performance machine. Talia Mullen doing the navigational duties. Spud. G'day to Connor Smith as well. Dave Edmonds, heaps of people from right around the world tuning in to have a look at how we're going. Now Bastion Mullen is off the trailer. The GM Motorsport team all wander down in front of commentary. We are just moments away. The time that Bastion needs to beat, he's at 42.181. He's going to have to be right on top of it. Produce his best time of the day to take the win. So Bastion Mullen, we know he has the ability. Is the package going to help or hinder the brand new boat twin stepping up into this Group A? The world champion in the LS category, the reigning Australian champion in the LS category, said, you know what, I'm going to step into a Group A boat. And that's exactly what he has done. Talia Mullen doing the navigational duty. Spud, this is looking very good for ASP because Bastion Mullen is quicker at the split. So now in the final throws, Bastion Mullen throwing absolutely everything at it. Where's it going to be? And it is a 42.844. It is Justin Roylance and Tracy Little in the Outlaw Machine that take the win. Bastion and Talia Mullen in P2. And it is Andrew Garth and Craig Willman in P3 for the Group A category. Ho, ho, ho. I tell you, that was great. Oh, I'll tell you what, there's 0.6 in that, so well done to the Outlaw team. I'll tell you what, there's a few happy people down there. There is no doubt about it. So, wow, what a day. We've got 3 more to go, ladies and gents. We've got 3 more boats, the top 3 of the unlimited category. It will be Peter Munger. It will be Darryl Hutton, and it will be Tyler Finch. Bree, somebody over there. I just want it to be known that I did not encourage that behaviour in any way, shape or form. So there's a bit of silliness going on up here, and I'm just trying to keep my way well out of that. It has been a fantastic day. So, yeah, if you're looking for information, go to v8superboats.com.au. They've got all of the upcoming national rounds in there. We're back here at Cabba on the 8th of November. And I hope you've actually bought a ticket for a ride of your life from the canteens that will be drawn. And that whoever the winner is, that will be available to you on the 9th of November. So, and Laurie and Karen, I'll give you a call soon. Laurie, I hope you guys are going okay. We know that you're in the best of hands. So hopefully the painkillers are definitely doing the job that is required for you guys. And we certainly wish the pair of you all the very best. There's no doubt about that. Daryl Hutton is on the ramp down there in the R&J batteries machine. I don't know who's reversing the trailer down there. They have got that so crooked. I don't think I've ever seen such a crookedly launched trailer. Other than going to the tip on a Saturday afternoon. All right, Roylo and Tracy, Justin Roylo and Tracy Little. Ladies and gentlemen, rise to your feet and a massive round of applause for Justin Roylo and Tracy Little, your round number one, the winners for the Penrite Oils 25-26 season, and a well-deserved victory lap with the checkered flag. So, Roylo there, a well-deserved victory lap. If anybody's found a phone, would you mind just delivering it to the canteen below the commentary tower, please? We've got somebody looking for a telephone. So that means somebody's lost one. So Peter Munger has made the top three. That 454 cubic inch engine causing a lot of problems last year, but certainly the time, the effort, the perseverance, the patience has paid off. They've made it into these top three here. Daryl Hutton and Mick Parry in the R&J batteries machine, trying to work out who will. So Loose Cannon is going to be going out last. Is how that will work. So it will be Peter Munger and a new navigator, and I wrote the name down but I've forgotten it, so my sincere apologies to you regarding that. So Peter Munger, the local, get right behind him, ladies and gentlemen. This bloke has had a long road to here. Get behind your local man, Peter Munger. The boat, he's gone the wrong way. He has gone the wrong way. And straight back to the trailer. What has happened there? Does anybody know what's happened? Can anybody explain it to me? So just trying to find. Sam Everingham, you have an opinion. What's that? Sorry? You gave him some advice. Right, that is not the sort of thing you should be doing, Sam. You parked it up on the dirt over there, mate. That is, do not give people that advice. That's, Sam, you, oh, anyway, I'm not sure what's happened there. Maybe the fire that occurred in the top six caused a bit of a problem. All Pete did was just go out, click the time on, and then just go back again. I'm not too sure because maybe he put his hand up and I didn't see it, because if you put your hand up and there's a problem with weed in the jet unit, you get the opportunity to rerun. Is he playing games with the minds of the other two competitors? Not really sure. But in the meantime, it is Daryl Hutton and Mick Parry, R&J Batteries. These guys have been dialing up the boost. A couple of runs ago, Daryl Hutton really dialed it up. You can see it. But it just changed the handling aspects of it. It was a rough run. In the top 6, it was a lot smoother. The boost has definitely been dialed up, and this is a smooth start to the lap for the R&J Batteries team of Daryl Hardnuts Hutton and Mick Parry. Hutto and the Rubbish Man. Oh, this is looking good, ladies and gentlemen. This is looking very good. This is going to be putting pressure on Tyler Finch. Don't you worry about that. So the split was a 19.9. Absolute ripper. So Daryl Hutton on the rev limiter and across the line with a 41 to 0.68 to open up the account. That's what everybody's chasing. So just trying to see where has Peter Munger come off the ramp. Yes, he has. So he is still in the race boat. The navigator's getting out now, so I dare say that is the end for the mongrel. Is that the end for the mongrel? It is the end, right? Thank you very much. Disappointing end of the day, but Peter Munger, welcome to the podium, mate. Ho ho! Oh, that is great news, mate. Like, seriously, I'm stoked. So, one more to go, ladies and gentlemen. Daryl Hutton's parked it up over there in the spin-out pool. Scruffy the tugboat, hopefully for the last time of the day, effecting a rescue. We will be back in just a moment. Hey, Daryl.
Well, we kept it in the water for starters. It's a good start, but halfway back down that last straight there, we felt a bit of a vibration. I thought it was probably the stator collapsing, but no, the smoke in the back of the boat tells us that there's something major happening.
This is not positive news. The time was pretty good though, Nutsy, a 41.686. And look, it's going to be a long time between races, so you're going to have to, might have to look in the back of the boat and throw a few bucks at it, you reckon?
Yeah, there's definitely something wrong in there, which is a real shame because this engine's been so reliable, and the run before we'd done all the checks on it. Every part of it was tuned right. It was running good. So it's a shame. We're well supported by far faster engines, and so I'm sure they'll be wanting to know what's failed themselves.
Yeah, absolutely. Disappointing end to the day for you guys, but congratulations on what will either be a first or second place. Disappointing outcome for the pair of you, given the problems. I wasn't sure if it was the rev limiter that was hitting at the end, but obviously a little bit more terminal. Mate, we'll see you on the podium later in the evening.
Yeah, thanks, Reverend. The rev limiter was getting banged a few times. For the first time of the day, it was the lap to do it. And I'm pretty happy that it still goes on the trail. It's dead straight and the cover fits it, so that's a good outcome for us.
Thanks very much, Nutsy. Really appreciate it. So, ladies and gentlemen, Nutsy called me the Reverend there. He, in fact, booked some air tickets for me to fly up from Melbourne. And as I got onto the plane, one of the hostesses, I didn't realise this, she looks at my ticket and goes, "Welcome aboard, Reverend." Nutsy has booked me as Reverend Cavey on the plane. Very, very weird. So, so you can now all call me Father or Daddy or... No, we're not going down that path at all. You can call me Father or Reverend. So, yes, so Cave Adamus, I always thought that I could see to the future, but now it is Reverend Cavey to you all, if you don't mind. Thank you. Next time I'm going to be a professor or a doctor, I think. All right, so we are now just waiting for Tyler Finch, and he is making his way to the start line. The time that he needs to beat is a 41.686. So Tyler Finch, ladies and gentlemen, Kyle Elphingston doing the navigational journeys. The twin turbo, the boost is dialed up as well. Tyler Finch point and shoot the Sprint Tech. The 9-inch pump just pumping up thousands of litres of water per lap. Absolutely flying. Finchy, the split was an absolute cracker at a 19.5. In and out of Bennings. He hasn't been super quick in and out of there all day. No, he just placed the boat in there. No need to push it. He can gain time everywhere else. Tyler Finch in the run for the line. Who's it going to be? It's going to be Tyler Finch. Tyler Finch and Kyle Elphingston take the win with a 40.723, 0.9 quicker than P2 of Darryl Hutton and Mick Parry, and Peter Munger in the mongrel retired. But welcome to the podium. Ladies and gentlemen, we thank you for your patronage. We hope to see you back here on the 8th of November. Tyler Finch will take the checkered flag for a well-deserved victory lap. We are going to have our prize giving just down here in front of commentary immediately after racing. If you want to wander down and have a chat to the drivers, the navigators, the teams, please feel free to do exactly that. Just wander on down, say g'day. Oh, have a look at Tyler Finch with the big foam number 1. Wow, what a day of jet sprinting. Well done. Ladies and gentlemen, rise to your feet, make plenty of noise for Tyler Finch and Kyle Elphingston, the big foam number 1. Yeah, there'll be some very happy campers in the Loose Cannon team. Ladies and gentlemen, we thank each and every one of you for coming. We thank our safety crew, our race controllers, our ramp controllers, our canteen staff, our volunteers, the people up here in the commentary tower. Thank you very much. I'm Cavey. We will see you next time.
Penrite, Australian-made, family-owned and operated. Make premium quality engine and racing oils, warranty-approved coolants, automatic transmission and manual gear oils, a complete range of engine and fuel additives, heavy-duty and industrial products for every application. Visit penriteoil.com for more information. Penrite, Australian-made for Australian conditions since 1926.